Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. We were victims of the night, the chemical, physical, kryptonite. Help us to the base and the fading light. Oh, we were bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. A backless dress and some beat up sneaks. My discotheque, Juliet, teenage dream. I felt it in my chest as she looked at me. I knew we were bound to be together, bound to be together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. Oh, come on, girl. Deep in her eyes, I think I see the future. I realize this is my last chance. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said.
L'envie du vrai. Chez Elle et Vire, en Normandie, nous partageons avec les chefs en quête d'excellence la même envie du vrai. Partir du plus simple et le sublimer pour faire naître de vraies émotions. Chez Elle et Vire, c'est cette envie qui nous anime, pour vous offrir des crèmes et des beurres au goût exceptionnel.
C'est bon, Thierry, on y va.
Elévir, au cœur de l'excellence, l'envie du vrai.
Together for almost a century, together with cocoa producers, artisans, and all chocolate lovers, we have been moving the needle for a fair and sustainable industry and for creative and responsible gastronomy. Beyond words, we believe in actions. 100% of Valrona's cocoa can be traced back to the producers. As a certified B Corp, we are committed to improving every day. We accompany artisans of good taste in creating works of art with the most beautiful material and to be actors in the sustainable and committed gastronomy of tomorrow. Together, good becomes better.
Someday I'm gonna be with you.
Perfect presentations every time has been our main goal for 40 years. We work for impeccable dining and drinking experiences. We offer premium and highly functional products. We design the vision of the future. We crown our original collections with numerous awards. With energy efficiency, we accomplish circular production. Bonna makes the finest presentations possible, each and every time. Bonna, passionately dedicated.
Bonjour, good morning, buenos dias et bienvenue to day 2 of the Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie taking place here in Lyon, France. Every 2 years, the grand finale of the Pastry World Cup brings together a few countries from all over the world after 4 continental cycles. These are the European Cup, the Americas Cup, the Asia Pacific Cup, and the Africa Cup. After also competing a few national selections, the best 18 teams made it to the grand finale here at the Pastry World Cup. 9 of them competed yesterday, and today we have another 9 competing and in the spotlight. I'm Tanja König, and I'll be hosting the live stream here from the studio throughout this day. So what can you expect of today? The teams competing today are the Philippines, Mauritius, France, United Kingdom, Malaysia, Singapore, Argentina, Mexico, and Paraguay. And they all need to do several tasting tests. They need to do a frozen fruit dessert, a restaurant-style dessert, and a chocolate dessert. And then there's also the artistic creations that every team must complete. These include a chocolate artistic piece, a sugar artistic piece, and a water ice creation. So all these sculptures that we'll see at the end of the day. And the theme for the competition is a national heritage. So every team needs to highlight their heritage of their respective countries in their desserts. Now the competition has a duration of 9 hours and started at 7 a.m., meaning that we can get a glimpse of the very first dessert in a bit less than an hour. Now, Pierre Hermé is the president of the Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Besides the 2 vice presidents, Claire Heinzler and Frédéric Kassel, he also surrounded himself with an international organizing committee and an honorary president. And this year, it's the famous Swiss, French, American pastry chef Amaury Guichon, and both of them are now joining me here in the studio. Bonjour. Bonjour.
Hello.
Hello. So here we are again. How are you feeling?
Oh, good, because we have the candidate has the power, and we are very excited, and they are doing well.
So yesterday we already had an amazing day. You highlighted that we had the very first show chocolat, a new feature in the Pastry World Cup where teams need to serve a finger food kind of dessert from a truck, like street food style chocolate dessert, and you were very pleased by it. What was so special about it?
The candidate has to finish, to assemble the piece in the truck, and after to serve it, and they have made a show. Mostly of the teams have made a very nice show, and they highlighted their country, or their tradition. So it was amazing, amazing.
So for everyone who has not watched yesterday, you can expect some surprises for today's feature of the show Chocolat. Amaury, tell me, what are you most excited about today?
I think yesterday's contestant brought a strong game, so the pressure is on for today's contestant. I particularly like yesterday the show Chocolat, so I'm excited what today's country will present. I think it brings a very modern approach and show a little bit of the diversification of what we offer in the pastry world. Right now, street food is very popular, and we are used to do many different things in the pastry world, from plated desserts to boutique style. Snacking and an easy way to consume pastry is a very modern and very up-to-date approach. So I think not only the show that can highlight each country's heritage, but also showing a little bit more of what pastry is all about.
Now, I mentioned you're the honorary president this year. You're not taking part in the marking. Why did you say yes immediately to this assignment? Why is it important that we have contests like this one?
First of all, when Pierre Hermé called you and tell you to do it, you do it. Number one. Second of all, it is the ultimate honor for any pastry chef, and it's our duty to give some of our time to keep those events alive. I cannot stress it enough on how beautiful and genuinely heartfelt seeing all my peers and seeing all the nation in the world coming here, working hard, giving 2 years of their life around a common passion and a common goal in pastry. It is the most beautiful moment.
Wow, very nice. Was it clear immediately, Pierre, that you wanted Amaury as your honorary president?
Yes, for me it was very clear, because also Amaury invented a new way to show pastry to the public, and his making is unique. And I want somebody who is unique to be president, honorary president for the Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie.
Very nice. Now, the teams are already working. Anything else you would like to tell them to add?
Pardon?
Anything else que vous voulez ajouter pour les candidats?
Give the best. Give all you can and give the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Pierre Hermé and Amaury Guichon, for kicking off day 2 of the Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie, and we will see each other later on at the end of the day. Thank you very much. And with that, the day 2 is officially kicked off, and on the floor we have our 2 famous MCs, Angela May and Vincent Ferniaud, who are there for you to bring you all the action. So good morning, bonjour to both of you.
Good morning, Tanya. It's true.
Bonjour, Tanya.
We're giving you all of the action. We noticed that there's a really big difference when we're standing on the floor here in front of the teams. We know that you're just, a few meters away, but the difference in energy and feeling and everything and vibe is so different here on the floor. It is exciting. We can already hear everybody using all of the sugar work, blowing things. It's phenomenal. I don't know what's pounding behind me. I'm going to take a look in a moment. Vincent, how are you feeling this morning?
Great. What about you?
Pretty good. I'm really excited.
Pretty good, but I would like to point out that the fact of being here in front of those labs, if you're watching us all around the world, it's just like being a cake absolute fan, being in front of the best showcases in your street and not being able to taste it. It's terrible.
Yes,
it's terrible.
Exactly. We can smell. The aromas are incredible. There's lots of caramel in the air right now.
So we'll be going on all day long with these great pastry, chocolate chefs, ice cream chefs, doing their best. But I want to have a thought this morning for someone who's watching us. Gabriel Paillasson, the founder of this competition, is watching us from his home, and we would like to send him a big kiss. On envoie un gros baiser à Gabriel Paillasson, le fondateur de ce concours de la Coupe du Monde de pâtisserie. Voilà, Gabriel, on t'aime, on t'embrasse. Merci d'être là avec nous. L'esprit brille au-dessus de nous. Voilà.
Bisous, bisous from the floor in the arena. You built this from ground up. It's so beautiful that we're all here, and we're happy to have you watching us at home.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
We're here in front of lab number 1 on day 2, World Pastry Cup 2025. We have with us in the lab behind us Team Philippines. So they started working at 7 o'clock this morning. Let's go ahead and give you a brief introduction to the team.
Yeah, I was amazed by these really beautiful pineapples and sugar pineapples they're doing right now. Team Philippines, represented by Gian Aguirre, Angeline Dignadis, and Jeriel Encarnado.
Yes, that is correct. So we have a very young team here with us from Team Philippines. From what I understand, that the eldest candidate here is only 26 years old. So she's really been working, and the entire team is young. One of them is coming in at 23 years old. So let me give you a little bit of history. Angeline Dignades is 23, and she's the youngest teacher at the Academy of Pastry and Culinary Arts in Taguig. Yeah, isn't that incredible? And she competed in the Junior World Pastry Cup in Italy, finishing 5th place. So she's kind of been putting her career in to go ahead and do these competitions. So we're looking forward to seeing more from her. Gian Aguirre is from the Philippine Academy of Pastry and Culinary Arts, and she's been training with the top chefs over there. She's focused on sugar arts and modern French pastries, and she works at the Academy of Pastry and Culinary Arts, also in Taguig. And she was crowned national champion after being selected for the Philippine Pastry Cup. And Jeriel Encarnado has participated in numerous national and international competitions since 2019 and won Golden Boy of Philippine Cakes title. So we have Golden Boy.
Great.
Receiving gold medals from Wedding Cakes and Chocolate Works of Art, and Best in Show at the Award Wedding Cake Competition in Italy, and won 2 gold medals at the 2024 Philippine Culinary Art Cup. So this entire lab here for lab number 1 has quite a bit of experience in competitions, and so we're looking forward to seeing what Team Philippines does for us this year.
Yeah, meaning that nobody in the Philippines deserves more to be here today to represent the country in pastry art.
Correct.
Okay, let's move on our little merry-go-round.
That's right. Thank you so much for introducing us to the Philippines. We continue with an African country. We go over to Mauritius, and it's their 2nd participation in the World Cup of Pastry. I remember 2 years ago when it was the first time that they participated, so the 2nd time being here. Very exciting, of course. Angela and Vincent, are you already there at their lab?
Yes, I was last week at La Réunion, the French department next to Mauritius. I'm so proud that we have this pearl of the Indian Ocean with us today in lab number 2, Mauritius, with Evan Chaitre, Pravesh Gokula, and Shivam Marude, the Mauritius team represented today by their best pastry chefs.
Yes, indeed. We're really happy to have Mauritius with us here today. And so we have with us some of the candidates. Let me give you a bit of history. Working on chocolate, we have Ivan, and he is the pastry chef at Constance Le Prince Maurice Hotel in Pont de Flac, Mauritius, and he's known for his attention to detail, and he's also won the Pierre Hermé and Valrhona Trophy at the Carnival Festival in 2018. We also have working on sugar, Pravesh. He's got 20 years of experience in the pastry field, working alongside a few MOFs at the Escoffier Institute in Mauritius. He's the current executive pastry chef at Connier Beachcomber Golf and Resort Spa. Working on ice today, we have Shivam. He's considered an artisan pastry chef dedicated to embracing the challenges and, of course, improving his craft. He is currently working at the Strandi Hotel Beachcomber in Malaberg, Mauritius.
Voilà, l'île Maurice, Mauritius on Box Lab number 2.
Amazing. Then we're very curious to continue with the next team, with the third team, which is La France. So our home country right now is up next. And the last time, so in 2023, they ended second on the podium, winning silver. And so over to you, Angela and Vincent with France.
Yeah, we're back to Box Lab number 3. You notice that this team is Team France, represented by Haruka Atsuji, que vous pouvez applaudir si vous êtes déjà dans l'audience, mais c'est un peu tôt encore. It's a bit early for the audience right now, but you'll see later on there'll be a lot of noise. Ah, not bad. The supporters, des supporters. Michael Guyader et Jérémy Massin, qui sont notre équipe de France, our French team. I say our because I feel a little French anyway. I'm international, you know that, you notice. But
I think your mustache precedes you as being French.
Yes, I remain French by the mustache.
Would you like to do some of the intros, Vincent?
Go on,
okay. So
I want to be impartial.
it's very difficult to be like Switzerland here and impartial when the teams are so magnificent and we see so many people doing such great work. So yes, here we are in front of laboratory number 3. We know that this room is going to get heated up later on because Syrah opens in about 30 more minutes. So actually the people that are here in the audience are just a brief few that have a privilege to be able to come in early. So working on chocolate, we have Haruka. So his background has been, he's born in Japan and he's trained at the CP school in Kobe. So he developed his passion for chocolate while working with Frank Kessner. And his career progression, he's been working in Kobe. He's won competitions, first place for the Pascal Caffet Trophy in 2016. He had an Alain Ducasse partnership. And his current role is production manager at Les Chocolats Alain Ducasse in Paris. And he's been there since 2021. So working on sugar today, we have Jeremy. He's originally from Metz, and he wanted Metz.
You don't pronounce a T. Mess.
No T.
No, it's like
mess.
A big mess.
And so he has been a trainer at the École Nationale Supérieure de la Pâtisserie, sharing his passion for pastry. He's competed in the Coupe du Monde in 2023, and he secured second place with the French national teams. And this is one of the things that is very interesting about a lot of the chefs is how do they stand in this competition box from 7 o'clock in the morning, and they do this repeatedly, day in, day out, so that they can train for this ballet that we see in front of us. He's passionate.
Same for us, but we didn't train so much. We trained during the years.
It's a physical fitness that's really important. So it's not just about mental training.
You're right,
so
absolutely.
he has a passion for CrossFit. And this is truly what helps these chefs to be able to be on top of their game like this. Just before we move on to the next kitchen, we also have ice candidate Michael. And so he has, let me check where he's working right now. He's been working with a lot of esteemed chefs, of course, and his current role, he has his own business. How do I say this so that I don't pronounce this incorrectly?
What? His name, you mean?
No, his business.
I don't see where is it? Guyader. Guyader is his name.
Yeah.
Guyader,
Michael Consulting. Yes, so this is his own business where he's currently sharing his passion. Let's go ahead and move on to laboratory number 4.
That's right. We go over to the United Kingdom. I wanted to say I was already ahead of time with the next team. So United Kingdom in lab number 4. Angela and Vincent, who have we got there?
Yes, we just moved to box number 4. In the pastry lab number 4, we find the United Kingdom team with Wallace Lee, Remy Yves Peugeot, and Glenn Gain Snowball Charman.
Yes, we do. So fantastic to have UK here with us today. So Wallace is originally from Hong Kong, and he was the winner of the United Kingdom selection for the Pastry World Cup. And he finished 3rd at the European selection alongside Remy Peugeot. So they've worked together before. And of course, they are aiming to secure a place on the podium for the UK. Working in sugar today is Remy Peugeot. And he began his career with his first experience at Chapelle Rouge in Dijon, and then he moved over to the UK in 2014. His current role is the executive sous chef and pastry at the Raffles Hotel at the OWO in London. And working on ice, our ice candidate is Glenn Ian, and he has a hyphen in his name, which is Snowball Charman. So I feel like we should be continuing to use this Snowball Charman name as well. Early in his career, he started at Penny Hill Park Hotel and Spa, and is currently working at Les Maneurs, à Côte Saison, Blin. And we'll move.
Angela, I would like to point
I've
out
lost
something
you. Yes.
just before we go down the alley. I would want to show you this. This is a dream for all the people watching us. Everybody has it in their boxes. I call it the chocolate fountain. It's a never-ending fountain. It's pouring chocolate, pure chocolate, all day long. Can you watch this? You just want to lie under it with your mouth open and get stuffed with chocolate.
Exactly.
But it's only a dream.
What an amazing thing for each of these teams to have in their kitchens as well, because it's perfectly tempered, it's at the right temperature for them, and it's their pure stream.
Thank you so much. So before we go on, just a small correction. We were mentioning Haruka Atsui in France. It's not a him, we're referring to him, but it's a she. And because there are not so many women in this competition, let's also emphasize that there's a woman in the French team.
Oh, thank you so much, Tanya. I had my head in the papers, so thank you.
All good, all good. Yes, because you're used to so many male, right, candidates. So we continue.
Shame on me.
We continue with Malaysia. There we also have 2 female, if I see that correctly. Another very young team, and it's their 9th participation. So what else can you tell us about the Malay team, Angela and Vincent?
Malaysia is a team we've been watching with Angela for years. The level is growing year after year. It's a great team. It's your part of the world. Tell us more about Malaysia.
Indeed, it is my part of the world. So here we have with us, as Tanya mentioned, it is a very young team. The chocolate candidate, Ka Man Fang, is only 22 years old.
Oh my God.
Yes, yes. So that's a lot of pressure for a young person. But you know what's going to make the difference here is that the training was under Otto Tay. And I don't remember if you remember Otto. He stood on the podium for Malaysia in 2019, and it was a life-changing moment for him. So this is great that she's had such great mentors in this. And so she's known for creating great artistic pastry pieces. Moving on, we have sugar candidate Yi Ching Fu, who's the captain of the team. And she's currently the pastry chef and teacher at the Academy of Pastry Arts in PJ, Malaysia. And her global recognition has been 3rd place at the Mondial des Arts Souk in Paris. And then we also have with us today, working in ice, we have Tyler Tan. His current role is pastry chef and pastry instructor at Velford Academy, a renowned pastry school in Puchong, Malaysia. And his passion is for teaching and, of course, competitions.
Thank you so much. So that's lab number 5 with Malaysia. We continue with a neighboring country of Malaysia, Singapore, in lab number 6. Singapore, and who have we got there?
Oh, you mean box number 6?
Yes.
Well, in this lab, something that will interests mostly Angela, but all of us, of course, because it's Team Singapore. Singapore with Dexter Lee, Joyung Lim, and Titus Chu Wei Lang.
Yes. Okay, so here we have in front of lab number 6, kitchen for Team Singapore, which indeed is where I live.
And it's a great pastry nation.
Yes,
because
yes.
you buy half of it. I mean, of what you get in the pastry shops. Are you a pastry fan?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes,
I mean, who doesn't love a bit of chocolate and sugar? There's nothing better.
What about you?
So what we have with us here for Jaeyoung Lim, working as the chocolate candidate, he started his education at the Academy of Pastry and Culinary Arts in Malaysia. So you see that Malaysia is also still a great training ground, and these are 2 neighboring countries, so it's very funny to have them here side by side, and you can see inside the laboratories that you can look each other in the eye to see what
It's
the
like
other
French
team is
and
doing.
United Kingdom, side by side.
We can do our tour and historical version of the Earth here. So I was on I was on chocolate. So now here we are on sugar candidate. So we have Titus Chu Wei Lung. His current role is at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Singapore. And his focus is on healthy desserts with a balance of nutrition, aesthetics, and taste.
Oh,
so
really?
I wonder if we're going to get something that has a little bit of that kind of slant here today.
Why do you
Very
watch me in
interesting.
my eyes when you say that, talking about nutrition? I'm a specialist.
Very curious then to see what the Singaporean team has in the lab for us.
Just one more announcement. On ice, we have Dexter Lee, who is currently their captain. And we can talk about a bit more about Singapore in a while. Thank you, Tanya. Go ahead to you.
Thank you so much. So we continue with Argentina. Continuamos con el equipo argentino. It's their 8th participation in the Pastry World Cup. So we go to Latin America now. And who have we got there?
So sorry. So in front of the lab is not us. The lab number 7 is on the other side of the arena. So we're making our way over there right now. But
No worries.
working on chocolate, I'm going to walk and talk. Working on chocolate, we have Matthias Dragan. He has 20 years of experience in restaurants, hotels, and he's been a pastry chef, chocolate maker, and an ice cream maker. He owns his own ice cream brand called Dragon. And working on sugar today, we have Lucas Carballo, and he has over 13 years. He also teaches pastry at several recognized pastry schools, including the Escuela Pâtisserie Profesional de Sindicato de Pastillos, alongside Matthias Dragan, so they know each other quite well. And working on ice today, we have Marano Zigschert, who's the captain. Again, 20 years of experience. So this is a very, very experienced team. And of course, Marano has been in other competitions before. He won the Copa Mayo in 2016 and achieved 3rd place at the Ice World Cup in 2020. Lots of experience here in lab number 7 for Argentina.
Very
vámonos,
nice.
muchachos.
Very nice. Looking forward to all of that. Then we continue. We stay in Latin America. We continue with México. Y nos quedamos en América Latina y vamos a México. So let me check who we have. I don't know. Or are you already there?
Yes, we're already
Great.
here. Your pronunciation is so beautiful, Tanya. You want to walk us through the names at least, so it's so nice to hear you say it.
I can try. So we have chocolate candidate Elsier Octavio Ucan Kou. And then we have sugar candidate Miguel Ángel Pérez. And we have the ice candidate Eric Martinez Garcia.
A very fine team for Mexico. And we're watching what's going on in the butts. They show great skills, like everyone here. except for us, of course.
It's early.
But, you know,
we can improve.
It's our part. I don't mind. Great job being done right now in Mexico. Of course, I mentioned that it's the origin country for chocolate and vanilla.
Yes,
so
indeed.
that's a big point.
Exactly. So even though there are other nations that are very, very well known for their finishing of chocolate, the real growing, the real work of it
the
is
use
done.
of vanilla, but
Yes.
they got the origins.
So we have with us Eslier, who has over 14 years, and he is the head pastry chef of Taifa Resorts in Cancun. And also working in Sugar Today is Miguel with 13 years of experience, and his current position is at the Hilton Playa de Carmen Hotel in Mexico City.
Who? Miguel?
Miguel. Yes. And the ICE candidate, who is Eric, he also has over 20 years of experience, and he is currently the head pastry chef at Palmia, the House of Aya Hotel at Playa de Carmen, and he's been there for over 2 years. We're really looking forward to seeing what's coming out of lab number 8 for Team Mexico.
That's right. We're very curious to see that. Mucha suerte para México. Y continuamos con el último país del día, Paraguay. The last country of the competition at the Pastry World Cup is Paraguay today. And there we have Chiara Pederzani as a chocolate candidate, another female candidate there for Paraguay. Johanna Borgognon, also a female candidate at the Paraguay lab. And Thomas Arruya. So I'm sure you have some more details on the candidates of Paraguay. So Angela and Vincent.
We had to jump out and do a giant leap from Argentina on the other side to Paraguay, which is not reality. I mean, geographically speaking.
It's really funny, the groupings today. It's drawn by lots, so this is truly by accident.
So Paraguay and Argentina are on both sides of the world of pastry today.
Yes. So we have with us in the box, working on chocolate, Chiara, and she has started in gastronomy in 2006 under the guidance of one of her professors, Idalina Mendez. So she completed courses at IGA Paraguay and studied nutrition at a local university. Currently, she is a production director at the Peranzi Group and has been working there for very many years with the pastry, baking, catering services across 9 different production sites. So she's currently very, very busy in her day job. Working on Sugar Today, we have Joanna. She has over 10 years of experience, and then she has opened herself twin bakeries in Asukan in 2011 alongside her twin sister. So Joanna is a twin. So if you get tired, you can swap in and out. And working on ice today, Thomas, who's surrounded by beautiful women. Maybe just flip this page.
Okay, we finished with our little tour on the carousel. We have a second one later on, I hope.
Thanks.
Yes, I just wanted to quickly get to Thomas. I was flipping a page.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Angela.
And so he actually has developed his passion by being around his father, who had an interest in pastry, and he's been interested in culinary arts from a very, very young age. And so he is the technical department of UNPAR, and he continues to do consulting for other food industries as well. So thank you so much. We're looking forward to seeing laboratory number 11 for Paraguay. Tanya, thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much, and good luck to all of the 9 teams that are competing today. We have about 10 minutes for the jury to be called in, and of course about 12 minutes for the very first dessert to go out. So in the meantime, you see here the timetable, how many minutes left for Philippines. Actually 20 minutes left until the very first frozen dessert is being presented. In the meantime, Angela and Vincent, you've been doing this competition, hosting this competition for so many years. Can you tell me a little bit, what is different this year from the previous years?
Oh, thank you so much, Tanya. We're just looking for a camera now. Okay, camera has found us. Wait, careful behind. What's different this year? So here we are at the World Pastry Cup 2025, and this is day 2. And so what's been super interesting is yesterday we saw innovation that we have never seen before. We've seen something that's so special with the competition that this has this much historical background and has been running for so many years. It's very difficult to not find the magic again, to get the creativity, to find something that sparks something. And yesterday at the Show Chocolat, wow, what an incredible experience. We just saw the teams having so much fun. The judges were having so much fun. We'd never seen it before in the history of the World Pastry Cup. They drove 2 food trucks onto the stage, and the teams had 7 minutes in order to redress the food truck themselves, prepare their food, do some type of entertainment, whatever it is that they decided to do.
It's a real show. It has the right name, Show Chocolat. It's a real show made by the teams, but it's a way to get the pressure out at the end of their day, you know, and it works pretty well. I saw you dancing. Shame there was no camera at that time.
You were all having a great time.
Everybody was. It was really a great moment and really historical for the World Pastry Cup. So we're looking forward to seeing that this afternoon. I don't know exactly what time they do the Show Chocolat, but I think it's around 2 p.m. here in Lyon. So we're looking forward to seeing that. So that's one of the changes for this year.
That's right. That's right. It's about, I'm just checking when it is. It starts about 1 p.m. the Show Chocolat. So for everyone who hasn't seen that yesterday, don't miss that today. We can promise you some surprises, some nice shows, some culture heritage from all these countries. Great,
thank you.
Real
highlight.
Yeah,
you'll see.
And for anyone that's watching now that didn't catch the Show Chocolat yesterday, you can see the highlights, speaking of highlights, on all of the socials. So if you just go ahead and take a look at Instagram and Facebook, all of the highlights are there, beautifully filmed as well. You can catch those.
Yeah, thanks to our team, our TV teams.
Yes.
You can actually even watch the whole live stream of yesterday that we already filmed, of course. And talking of social media, that's a good point, Angela. If you at home or you here in the auditorium are taking pictures, make sure to tag Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie on social media. Find the candidates, tag them, and put some hashtags on it. And we're curious to see what your impression is.
You know what? I want to turn over to the watchers all over the world.
Yes.
If there is any question that you would like to be answered, just ask us. We're here. We're here all day.
Absolutely.
Just make a sign.
We'll be here all day.
Absolutely. We're also joined here in the studio by pastry professionals and all that. So if you shoot us a question, we can just forward it to them. Thank you very much, Angela and Vincent. And with that, we'll leave you with a few images as we'll be back in a few minutes for the jury to be called in. See you in a bit.
Thank you.
just had this issue with the throttle.
If you love somebody, better tell them why they're here. They just may run away from you. You'll never know what went well. Then again, it just depends on how long the time is left for you. I've had the highest mountains, I've had the deepest river. You can have it all, but now keep moving. Take it in, but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. I've tried to cut these corners, gotta take the easy way out. I kept on falling short of something. I could've gave up then, but then again I couldn't have. 'Cause I've traveled all this way for something. I take it in, but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up, and you make your round. But get up now, get up now. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up, and you make your round. But get up now, get up now. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting this long, eh? Hold me there for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. Once I was a boogie singer, playing in a rock and roll band. I never had no problems, yeah, burning down the one-night stands. And everything around me, yeah, got to start to feeling so low. And I decided quickly, yes I did, to just go down and check out the show. Yeah, they were dancing and singing and moving to the grooving. And just when it hit me, somebody turned around and shouted, "Play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music right. Play that funky music, white boy."
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the tasting. When I say we are about to say, not us.
Not us.
Not us, not us, not for the moment. We'll try and. But later on. No, the jury is about to take place on scene, Angela.
Yes, indeed. So we are a few minutes away from the first tasting here on day 2 at the World Pastry Cup. So we want to go ahead and rush out all of our jury members so that they can take a seat and get settled in, look at all of their scoring from yesterday so that they can compare the day to day to make sure that the scoring is completely fair. So they're waiting behind. So I'm going to ask for all of you to participate as we welcome out our esteemed members of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome out.
For Philippines, Virgil Iral.
Please keep the applause rolling as we welcome out from South Korea, Dong Han Go.
The jury for Team Chile, Albo Barta.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause rolling as we welcome out from Team Belgium, Jean-Philippe Darcas.
Keep your hands up for Singapore, Kyung Gok.
Keep your applause rolling as we welcome out from Paraguay, Bella Rosa Estigariba.
Big round of applause for the Italian jury, Lorenzo Puca.
Please keep your applause rolling as we welcome out from Team Morocco, Rashid Okas.
Representing the team of Japan, Daisuke Tomita.
Keep your applause rolling as we welcome out from Team Mauritius, Sandy Siole.
Mesdames et messieurs, président de l'équipe de France, Franck Michel.
Keep your applause rolling as we welcome out from Argentina, Nestor Reggiani.
For Team Malaysia, Ming Aloy.
Welcome out from Team Egypt, Ahmed Abdel Salem Younes.
Put your hands together for Team UK President Michael Kwan.
Keep your applause rolling for Team Colombia, Cesar Castro.
And now for Team China, Xiao Chen.
Keep your applause rolling for Mexico, Alan Lopez Rubio.
We got a bunch of Mexicans behind us. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome warmly the honorary president of this jury, a pastry chef and chocolate chef, Amaury Guichon. Mesdames et messieurs, pour présider ce concours, un homme qui a mis sa patte partout sur les compétitions. Je vous demande d'applaudir. I will ask you to applaud Monsieur Pierre Hermé. Don't break his hand. There we are. The jury is now taking place to the table. First tasting will be dedicated to frozen desserts.
That's right. Thank you very much and welcome to all the jury members on the floor. Here in the studio, I'm now joined back by Richard Hawk. For everyone who watched yesterday, you know who he is. He's a pastry professional, pastry consultant originally from Sydney, Australia, who settled in France a while ago and is French in the meantime. And we also are joined by Vincent Bourdin, the founder of and director of the Asian Pastry Cup based in Singapore. Bonjour and welcome.
Bonjour.
Very nice having you. So, Vincent, let's start with you. Can you explain a little bit what the candidates were required to do for this frozen dessert?
So here they're gonna have to prepare the cake, and they have to choose, or they have given their main flavor, which is something which is very important, because at the end of the day, when you have sort of a ligne de conduite in the tasting, yet you really want to make sure that you're going to taste what it's supposed to be, yet it can be overdone or over flavoring. So it's kind of a difficult balance, which is one of the things that they have to do, definitely. And then we're of course going to look at the textures. The temperature, which is in the ice cream, is damn important. They have some technical difficulties here. They have a very short time to prepare their frozen desserts, and that's tough.
And now I hear we have 10 seconds left for the Philippines frozen dessert to go out of the kit of the lab. So over to you, Angela and Vincent.
Wow. Let's see.
OMG. Oh my God. Is it starting right now? Yes. Lab pastry number 1. Philippines, the frozen dessert that opens the run. Oh, it's magnificent, held by Jérôme de Riberac, holding this dessert as a jewel, you know. The first dessert for Philippines. Opening the run of the competitions today, second day of this World Pastry Cup. I'm really impressed that it's on time right now.
Oh, so it's nice to be on time. First team to start 7 o'clock this morning. So we're looking at their theme, which is Philippine Pride, and the name is A Year-Long Summer. As you guys know, Philippines is known for having its beautiful tropical balmy weather with over 7,000 gorgeous islands. So for those of you that are just tuning in now, the way the frozen dessert tasting is going to happen is the teams have about 10 minutes in between each lab to present. The first frozen dessert will be walked in front of the jury members so that they can see it in its entirety as it's coming out of the kitchen before it's presented to a team of highly skilled chefs to do the slicing to present to each of the team members. And so we have with us here a member of the committee walking in front of the members of the media as well as in front of the jury. Then you have the little decoration that you see over the top of the frozen dessert, that pulled sugar on top. Those a hint of what we're going to be seeing a little bit later. And what's very interesting is we're seeing a dragonfly again today. We noticed that yesterday from Team Japan, they also had dragonflies in their theme, which are very symbolic for them. So we're looking forward to seeing more. And of course, when we're ready, we're going to describe to you what we have here inside this frozen dessert.
That's right. Thank you so much, Angela. We're also receiving a piece here in the studio. In the meantime, we were still talking about the requirements, what the candidates need to do. So maybe, Richard, what can you add? What is the jury looking out for?
We've got the main flavours. Maybe we can run through those. We've got apricot, blackcurrant, blood orange, kumquat, passion fruit, pink guava, blueberry, and Williams pear. Now, these flavours need to be in majority in the degustation. We can add other ones, but they shouldn't be what be dominating the tastings.
So these were the flavors that the candidates can use overall.
Yes, they can use other flavours, but the goal is that we can taste that as a main flavour. Right here in this one here, we're looking at pink guava. They've paired that up with a little bit of strawberry, and we've got coconut as well. So we'll see how that goes in terms of the tastings.
Great, great. Maybe Vincent, what are the technical challenges when creating a frozen dessert?
Well, the biggest challenge is that what we're going to look at what they have, the challenge of today. Today, imagine they have only 3 hours. And then that means that they have to use different techniques. So of course they have at their disposition, they can use the deep freezer. Some of them, we were talking about it this morning, some of them are using frozen ice, dry ice. And then it's very dangerous because dry ice is -80, so sometimes it might create a deep hard crust when the center will be too soft. Let's try.
Let's try, exactly. So the Philippines piece of frozen dessert, year-long summer, is now here in the studio being tried by Vincent Bourdin and Richard Hawk, equally at the same time as the jurors. But of course, their comments are not part of the marking. They're just giving you a flavor at home of what the jury is tasting.
This one works for me. It's quite nice is the fact that I've got the coconut that's pairing up with the guava. The strawberry isn't dominant. The strawberry is there obviously to balance out the guava, because if we've just got guava, it's quite a strong flavour that sort of lingers in your mouth. And what we find with a lot of these tastings is that we've got, sometimes they might use yogurt, here we've used coconut, and that is sort of like a secondary flavour to help us bring out how do you say, in French we say sublimer, which means to sublime the main flavour of the dessert.
So underline the main flavor.
Yeah, we could say it like that, yeah. Sometimes I forget my English, but that's okay.
Vincent.
No, I like the balance. We were talking about it as the guava is a very particular and almost a quiet taste. And when we were saying that this morning, but here, in fact, judging at what we can eat, I find an interesting balance.
Can we say that this one here, the textures, it's not too cold?
Yeah.
It's quite nice like that, yeah?
Yeah, this is straight away what I realized is that the textures are great. There is no upper crust that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. And then it is, the balance of textures is pretty well done.
It's quite a difficult thing too to have an insert like this in the cake and to get that assembly right, because like they said, these guys had a lot of pressure. They only had 2 hours from the start of the competition to serving the tasting.
There's a challenge on top of that. The insert is really technical because there is some peaks and it's really complicated to make a good insert and to make sure that the main flavors goes inside the insert, particularly in this flowery design.
Great, thank you very much. With a bit less than a minute, 40 seconds to go for lab number 2, Mauritius.
So there's still a few seconds left on the clock before we see Team 2 start to bring out their frozen dessert. Syrah has just opened like a couple of minutes ago, but yet the stadium is already filling up. People are making quite a bit of sound, and yet there's still plenty of seats here in the stadium.
Oh my God. I was watching something else, and suddenly it happened.
The gong.
They're going for box lab number 2. Team Mauritius with Ivan Chidre, Pravesh Kukula, Shivan Marude with their frozen dessert sent to the jury right ice cream, crumble, preserved pear with blackcurrant, and blackcurrant sorbet with pear Williams.
You'll notice something interesting when you look at the frozen dessert being walked through the room. So actually it's symbolic of a bundle of cane. So you see it there being held on its platform. And so I believe that platform would be the small pulled sugar of the trees, the tropical trees, and underneath the vessel that's being used to pull the platform would be something that they would use quite often made out of bamboo. And this is to pull the sugar cane and to move it from locations.
Very nice. I like how they used the sugar cane, which is the backbone of Mauritius economy and culture, as a symbol, their national heritage. A bundle of sugar cane. It's called frosted cane. This dessert is a sweet homage to Mauritius' legacy as the island of sugar. Maybe while it's being presented to the jury, can you talk us through what's inside, what you're seeing just from the recipe?
Did Vincent just give us the listing of what's inside? Do I need to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, you can talk a little bit more.
Well, basically what we can see here is that we're looking for blackcurrant and pear with vanilla and hazelnut streusel, which is kind of like a crumble, which is going to be an interesting combination. Blackcurrant can be overpowering. It can be very acidic. So we're hoping that the pear sort of sweetens that up a little bit. Because we can see here is that looking at the color of the ice cream cake here, I can see that it's quite prominent in the black currant. So let's hope that we've got a nice flavor balance so it's not too acidic.
On the other hand, if you think and if we look at it, I mean, the balance of blackcurrant and pear is something which is super French. In Burgundy.
Very nice. So we got a piece here in the studio already, so we can get a glimpse of it on it. Before we taste it, I think we have to wait a little bit.
As I'm looking at it, it looks like I haven't seen them doing it, but it sounds, I don't know what you think of this, Richard, but it sounds that they have not used any mold, is it?
But I think they have though, because if I think that the whole thing is a mold, it hasn't been piped. Or maybe they put it into tubes, they could have done that.
So eventually there will be one of the only one which is not made with a mold. Huh?
So we can take a look, we can dig in. Vincent Bourdon and Richard Hawk trying the second frozen dessert of the day here at Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie, day 2. And giving, of course, their comments.
The point, sorry, Tanya. The important thing here is that I'm going to try and take a mouthful of a bit of everything.
Yeah.
Because for me, that's the most important, is if I just get the top part, I'm not going to have a nice balanced flavors. So let's go and see how that works. Vincent, you finished? You got your mouthful.
Are you cold?
Yeah, it is cold. It is a bit cold, and then you see, this is exactly what we were talking about. The challenge here is that the center is really soft.
That's a balance between, how do you say, recipe balancing. What we were explaining yesterday with ice cream cakes is that we're talking about the dry extract and the sugars that we're working with, and also the fats play a role in opposed to getting similar textures within a creation. And that's really sometimes quite difficult to master.
What about the black currant? You were worried that it might be a bit too dominant?
No, I can taste the pear. The pear is still strong. Maybe they have used, could you see in the recipe, do they have used alcohol or is it there? Because it sounds to be very powerful, the pear, no?
I don't read any alcohol.
No? Well, they have the pear fragrancy. In terms of, there is a strong contrast between what we can taste and what we can see. It's amazing.
That's very true. Pear is a very subtle flavour, and blackcurrant can quickly overpower that, and we've got a nice balance between the two, I agree.
It's amazing, you know, I have always dreamed to have a tasting jury who would be blinded or who will be blind.
Ah, so you don't see what you get.
Yes.
That's actually a good idea. We could implement that somehow.
It would be fun, because that way you're not you don't have a prejudgment about what you're going to put in your mouth, and you're concentrating your senses even more.
We have to see how we can organize a blind.
Next time.
Very nice. So we have about a minute to go for lab number 3 for La France. This is to finish their frozen dessert, and we can already hear the fans here in the auditorium. The French fans are already here making some noise.
Well, Tanya, please a bit of attention here. As always, when it's ready to go for France, something is happening in the audience. And still, the show is not open yet. We're not 9 o'clock. You'll see later on for the next run. But for the moment, it's only the families that are here in the audience. And you can still hear the frenzy growing up. So many people around the box, so many people turning around this pastry lab as we are waiting for the last minute to come. And we're trying to, yeah, that's the moment, you can hear the gong. It's time for the frozen dessert of Team France, le dessert glacé de la France. La France qui envoie le dessert glacé, un yaourt, une glace au yaourt, de yogurt ice cream, un roasted vanilla parfait, un parfait de vanille rôti, un passion fruit and Paris tea sorbet, un sorbet aux fruits de la passion et au thé de Paris, un exotic fruit coulis, un coulis de fruits exotiques, un passion fruit and fresh herbs sorbet, un sorbet aux fruits de la passion et aux herbes, almond biscuit, almond streusel, un biscuit, un streusel aux amandes.
So what you see here on the floor is this elegant frozen dessert, solid white, not a single fleck of color being walked in front of the judges now. And there was a flurry of activity now. Not only is France going crazy with all of their spectators, but the room has really started to come alive. You're really starting to feel the Syrah wake up this morning down here, and it is magical.
It looks indeed amazing. Elegance, the theme,
Tanya?
of course, yes.
Could I show you something just before going back to you?
Sure.
I want to show the job done at the cutting table. You know, there are great pastry chefs preparing the dishes and the plates for the jury to taste. We have here Angelo Musa, we have here Vincent Gallet, Christophe Morel watching. Everybody's so, they pay a great attention to what they're doing because it's part of the job, you know? It's part of the expression of the desserts that's going to be sent to the jury. So it's really important. You know, they are on the side of this scene and they're working all day long to serve the art and skills of the pastry teams that we are watching.
Thanks so much for giving us a glimpse of who is working behind the scenes as well. Now, we are just receiving a piece as well from the French team. And here we got the recipe up on the screen. So, Richard.
Okay, so we've got a yogurt ice cream, roasted vanilla parfait, passion fruit and Paris tea sorbet, exotic fruit coulis, passion fruit and fresh herb sorbet. Now with the fresh herb sorbet, we're working with basil, mint and shiso. So we're going to have hopefully a nice fresh touch to that. We've actually, with the passion fruit sorbet, they've actually paired that with pear and apricot, and that's there to probably reduce down the sweetness and too much of the acidity coming through with the passion fruit. They've done the same thing with the exotic coulis, using pear, banana, and mango. So let's see how that goes.
Let's go ahead. We can taste it. What are you looking out for, Vincent? You were just like scratching.
I was looking at the textures.
Good.
The temperature is the most important thing.
So scratching the cake with the spoon, that was what Vincent was doing, just to see the textures. And they're, of course, trying to get a bit of everything to get the full picture of the dessert.
Because the most important thing is that if it's too cold, we're not going to have the flavor profile of what we're looking for. So how's it going? You've got your mouth full?
Yep. What is interesting in the dessert is the sequence of flavors which are coming to you. And it's the interesting balance with the herbs, which are quite strong, powerful.
They are.
And the acidity of the passion and the coulis.
But can you see that herb, the herb flavor, the layer is just that little thin one that's coming around the edge.
It's amazing, and the power. Amazing.
Yeah, and we've got the passion fruit tea. Is that coming through in the end?
I don't get the tea. What I get the most is definitely the basil.
Yes.
The basil it remains there. What was supposed to be the main thing?
Passion fruit. Passion fruit's on the list, so we're good.
More the herbs. But it's
True.
there. It's there.
Yes.
But to me, what remains until now is the herbs.
Yes, but
So
for me, I quite like it, is that we've got a very nice, like you said, the flavor profile of everything. As you've got the tasting, you're coming through with the herbs, you've got the passion fruit as well, that nice crunch on the bottom. So we've got a nice balance here, I think.
Yeah, with the cream on top, which is bringing a different type of acidity with the lactic acid. So, which is kind of probably here to, first for the color, but also to balance the different type of acidity between the fruit, the acidity from the passion fruit, and on the other side, the acid lactic of the yogurt. So it's quite interesting, huh?
And also, for obviously, yes, the fat as well to enrobe your mouth to bring those flavors together.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. So that was the French team's frozen dessert here at Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. And we have a bit less than a minute to go for UK to finish theirs. Yeah,
Tanya, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am with somebody very dear to the French team, very dear to French people. It's Mercotte. Mercotte is a real star on French TV as she runs a pastry show. Salut Mercotte.
Hello.
Hello everybody. She's very dear to French people and French pastry chef. Mercotte, pour toi c'est essentiel, it's essential to you to be here today.
It's very important to be here. It's just amazing.
Voilà. She's the aunt that you dream to have. She knows all the cakes and she has to be. La mascotte, c'est la mascotte française, Mercotte.
Voilà, on va dire ça comme ça.
La cuisine de mascotte. Elle va transformer son nom de Mercotte en mascotte. Merci, Mercotte. And now we're going to the next lab. In lab number 4, the frozen dessert for United Kingdom, UK.
UK is definitely making their presence felt here on the arena. Look at this frozen dessert that they are presenting out of lab number 4. And there's something that you feel it's so special. We don't even have to play the music. They have brought with them their entire team. That is the instrumental band that plays for the National Football League.
Okay, this frozen dessert of UK. It's a sorbet syrup going on passion fruit and mango sorbet, coconut ice cream, passion fruit and mango compote, yuzu ice cream, pineapple sorbet, coconut marshmallow and coconut meringue shell. That's mainly mango and cocoa. UK fruits.
What's lovely to see is that we're seeing all of the kitchens presenting their dishes for us this morning. You can see the difference in the dishes and the way that laboratory number 3 presented. It was solid white and so gorgeous as it was being walked around, but there was quite a bit of yellow in the interior. Now we're seeing a lot of white and yellow also for this one coming out of laboratory number 4.
As the frozen dessert of UK is shown to the jury and the international press, we are just willing to taste Angela and I. We feel a little left by on the side of the scene. Nobody cares for our bellies.
Another interesting thing that I saw is Team France used a yogurt and Team UK is also using a yogurt. So they have a special yogurt that's coming from a local farm in Oxfordshire, west of London, in order to create this recipe. So very interesting that there's using some cultured products in their desserts this year.
That's right, and we have a piece of the United Kingdom cake here in the studio. Camera, it's first, of course, always Richard, so tell us.
Now, we've got a mixture of passion fruit, mango, and coconut. I'm hoping that we're going to get a majority of the passion fruit, but looking by the color, I'm not quite sure how that's going to go. Vincent?
Well, lucky, this is the new Union Jack dessert, huh? Because the fruits and well, lucky there's a Yorkshire cream. Otherwise,
yes. But we can see here is that they've got a nice star in the center. That they must have molded that in a ring.
Beautiful texture, huh, so far.
Okay. Well, the temperatures looks good.
Pineapple. Yep.
It's very nice and fresh, but I can taste the mango and the passion fruit.
And the pineapple also very cold. Very cold. Well, of course, pineapple, as much as there's a lot of fiber, there's also a lot of water.
True, true. And you can see, but you can see too is that pineapple's on the edge. There's a lot of pineapple in this one.
It's quite big, yes, compared to the rest.
Because what you're about to dig into here, that's some coconut, I think, isn't it? Is that coconut?
Yeah.
Okay.
Coconut, but also very yogurty, very creamy. Interesting.
But the thing is, though, here is that I saw on the photo that there was some more passion fruit and mango sorbet on the top, but I get the feeling we missed that.
Maybe they might have changed their decoration because, yes, it's true. On the paper, it was supposed to be on the top, but at least when on the slice that we got, it seems that it's more on the side.
On the side, yes.
No, it's on the top, but you can see is that every second slice is slightly different. That's all.
So it depends what slice you get.
Yeah, they might have done some last change because as we can see here on the jury, on the TV, we can see that they are I guess mango or passion fruit on the outside, when on the pictures that we had from their first
it's actually the opposite.
It's quite actually, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I get you.
Which is something is happening pretty often, you know, sometimes the teams, according to what they have seen and this and that, they might have just last minute they do some adjustment also.
It's quite stressful that too, is that you've got the date when you've got to send the recipes, and even still after that, there's sometimes last minute changes.
Yeah, it's intense. You might also understand that the jury, which is there, is also going to communicate with his team on the evening eventually and says, "Man, we could do that last change and last minute change." And there is no deduction point for such a small adjustment.
They're the same recipes, it's just slightly different in the way they're presented, yeah.
It's part of the trick, you know. Some teams like prefer to be on the first day, some prefer to be on the second day, because on the first day you can see what happened yesterday. On the other side, if you do the first day, then you just do your program, you stick to it. When you're on the second day, you have a high pressure.
True, true.
So there's different preferences, advantages and disadvantages if you're on the first or on the second day. Now I see about 20 seconds to go for Malaysia's dessert, frozen dessert to go out. So Vincent and Angela, over to you.
Thank you so much, Tanya. It's hard for us to hear anything because Team UK and their marching band was amazing. France is now still going, chanting. We're about to see laboratory number 5. And there you have it. Laboratory number 5 is presenting us their frozen dessert of the day from Team Malaysia. Few final touches on to the dessert. There it is, it's being handed over. And what's interesting, you notice the use of cotton candy that you can see in the kitchen box. We also saw cotton candy or candy floss or baba papa, as anyone wants to call it, yesterday, and that was being used by Team Belgium.
Le Soleil, sun. The sun is the theme of this Malaysian dessert. Orange blossom ice cream, apricot sorbet, raspberry coulis, citrus apricot coulis, pistachio dacquoise. I love them, those dacquoise. It's pistachio dacquoise. Pistachio sablé, which is even better. And mango jelly, raspberry jelly, apricot parfait. This is the sun. The sun is the soleil. It's written in French on the cake. Oh, you got the files, all the files on the dessert?
No, actually, so now we have digitized all of the menus and everything, and so we receive these beautiful files now that are very organized. But for the previous years, the teams always brought with them like a menu card to present to the judges, and it was always beautifully done. And Team Malaysia has brought one of those with them, and I was just feeling a little nostalgic with it, and so you can see the entire menu together with the history, and they're also showing a bit more of their interpretation around their snacks and everything. So we'll be looking at this more later on as we go throughout the afternoon as well.
Yeah, but I was wondering about the little favor that was made to you because I didn't get a menu. How come you did?
I went to the lab and I picked it up from the front of the
Malaysia.
lab. No, just their lab here on the arena floor. So I picked one up. They have it in front so the judges can also, when they're walking by, take a look at those too. I was feeling very nostalgic about it. We've been here for several years.
Okay. I should focus a little. Voilà, l'équipe de Malaisie, dont le dessert est montré au jury. Soleil, c'est le nom de ce dessert glacé. Soleil is the name of this frozen dessert for Team Malaysia.
We got a piece in the studio as well, and just looking at it, you're both looking at it, Richard and Vincent. What's your first impression visually?
I'm amazed by the finesse of the, I guess it's
assembly.
Raspberry thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the recipe here on
like
the
string,
screen.
Yes. Can we see here though is that the finesse of the assembly of everything? We've got some very thin lines. They've really mastered these techniques. And what we'll also notice
amazingly thin, no?
Yeah. Oh yes, very. But we can also see is that sometimes for a competition cake, we've got lots of layers, but some of those layers are just there to make it visual for you as well.
Which is important too.
Totally.
We were talking about the blindness, but we are not blind here. Yeah. So let's see.
That's right, the eye eats as well.
Firstly, we can say it's quite firm because the cake is quite cold. So let's hope that that's not going to affect the tasting.
If we look at it, they are the 5th candidates. So the difference of timing between the dessert sent by the Philippines and Malaysia, it's you know how many minutes? You know, it's almost like 30 minutes difference.
Totally. But hats off for the finesse of the assembly here. There's no air bubbles anywhere.
Yeah.
It's quite a fresh flavors.
I would say compared to the previous one, more textures.
Yes, true.
Because we have the biscuit. All the teams, unless I'm wrong, but all the teams we've seen before had only a crunchy base. Where here we have a biscuit layer right in the center, which is bringing something on top of it in terms of tasting and feeling in the mouth.
Well, the issue too sometimes is that the crunch is down the bottom, and if I grab from the top, I'm not going to have the same experience.
Exactly. So this is where it's interesting because here, since it is a kind of a roulade at the center, that means from wherever you are taking, and then let's take it as we had 2 on this plate. So whatever you cut, you got the biscuit.
True.
Yeah. So, Vincent, I mean, you've been in Asia for over 32 years, more than that you lived in France. So you know Asian teams. This is a Malay team. We saw Philippines so far. Is that what you know from them? What do you expect from the Asian teams because you know them so well?
Well, I hope that usually for the last couple of years, we always have some Asian teams on the podium. That's one thing, you know. The Bocuse d'Or, they have always the Scandinavian. We always have Asian teams on the podium for the Coupe du Monde. And I'm of course expecting a lot from them. The level of pastry in Asia, outside of Japan, which is historically the first country, has risen a lot. Well, look at it. Malaysia is the 2nd Asian country to obtain the title of world champion.
And up next we have Singapore, another country that you know very well, of course. So
absolutely, amazingly, they are next to each other in geography, and today they are on the next move.
Absolutely.
It's your second country.
Ladies and gentlemen, in lab number 6 for Team Singapore, please welcome out their frozen dessert of the day.
Yes, Team Singapore, l'équipe de Singapour, pastry lab number 6, Singapore. You know what? To be very nice, Angela, I'm going to be very kind to you. I'll let you describe Singapore's dessert.
Thank you so much, Vincent. So I'm super happy to describe Team Singapore's dessert because I actually saw this dessert previously at the Asian Pastry Cup. And so it's quite beautiful to see it again and the differences and how it looks a little bit differently.
Come in front of the camera here.
No, they're doing the cake.
Would you like to speak the truth? Come here. Come here, Angela. Show your right hand. Show your right hand and speak the truth. That's why you're not able to describe Singapore's dessert, is why you're tasting with the jury. What comes next?
I wasn't tasting with the jury. This is just happens to be how I carry things
your
around. Yeah, this is just happened. I don't know how. It was there.
Don't even try to eat while we are commenting. I mean, okay, you can go on, and I will tell more
move forward,
about
move forward.
you don't want to know what I'm doing when the cameras are not on. Also getting a spoon of the dessert, so go ahead when you can.
It's amazing because when you look at it, the theme, the main theme of Singapore is Paranangkan. they are physically next to the Malaysia team, but and then Peranakan is the people who have migrated from the north and then go through Malaysia to go to Singapore. It's amazing the link in this recipe between Malaysia and Singapore, and also in the decoration. So it's funny.
And also being them one after each other here in the competition. Great, so looking at the recipe there on paper, what else stands out to you? What is the heritage?
Firstly, looking at it, the visual, I can see that they've got some sort of a transfer sheet that's sort of wrapping around like a ribbon.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure what that's about, but
it's a batik. Batik, you know, this is this fabric and this design of fabrics,
okay,
which is particularly used in Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia as well,
okay,
and which is a very, for example, batik is a very famous uniform of Singapore Airlines.
But that's edible. That looks like chocolate or something, does it?
I don't know. Let's have a look at it. It sounds like a biscuit, no? Biscuit
no, I think it's a chocolate transfer sheet. Looking at it, because hang on, wait, we've got one in front of us here. But apart from that, we've got mango and passion fruit again with some blood orange. We can see a beautiful sort of a flower, sort of a center. It's quite clear because we've got coconut as well. Coconut works well with mango passion fruit with a tiny bit of raspberry for. In French, we would say relief, which was the relief of the edges here. So that looks quite nice. Looking forward to this one.
Same finesse, huh? Beautiful.
No, it's not ice cream. It's actually ice cream, the transfer sheet that they've used. So what they've done is they've spread the ice cream onto the transfer sheet and then they've taken it off and it's stuck to the ice cream, which is interesting. Wow. You can see it's quite firm. Is it cold? It looks quite cold, yeah?
Cocoa. Cocoa is there, definitely.
What I was explaining yesterday is that it was a bit cold, but because of the cake has been cut and placed onto the plate, it defrosts relatively quickly, so that still works for us here.
Okay.
Vincent, you got anything to add to that?
There are some flavors which are definitely overpowering others, but coconut is very strong. Where was the announcement of their own main flavor?
There wasn't, because of we've got raspberry curry and mango ice cream, exotic coconut and lime sorbet, passion blood orange marmalade, perfumed coconut ice cream, coconut and mango meringue crumble. The crunch is a little bit small on the bottom there. We were able to get a little bit of that with the tasting, so we're adding a bit of texture there.
Beautifully executed. Very definitely beautifully executed. Now the balance of flavor is. I found the cocoa being the primary flavor.
I think so too. But you can see that ice cream is quite hard to work with because it's semi-thick when we're molding. It's not like mousse that sort of, it's liquid and it would pour into the mold nicely. So they've done a really good job with this assembly. There is no air bubbles. The thing is just...
Absolutely. The finesse is there, exactly like the previous team. We had an extreme finesse in the lines, in the presentation is outstanding. Well, like most, so to be fair,
How
most
do you make
of the
sure
teams
not...
have amazing preparation.
Yes.
Technically superb.
Technically very well done. How do you make sure not to have any air bubbles?
You need to make sure that you're churning the ice cream, but not too much. Because if it over-churns, it gets quite thick and it's hard to get it out of the machine. So normally you're taking it to, I think if to memory it's about -7 or -8 before you take it out of the machine. It's still quite creamy, but then you need to really sort of line it against the edges of the molds, push that in well so that there's no bubbles.
I see Argentina team's fans going crazy because there's 30 seconds to go for the Argentinian equipo to show their dessert.
So yeah, there's still a few seconds left on the clock, but if you're passing over to us on the floor, it's very, very difficult for us to hear anything as the marching band is going crazy. Argentina is going crazy. There you see them on the screens. Team Mexico has been losing their mind all morning. It's been fantastic, the vibe down here.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Pastry Lab, box number 7, Here is the frozen dessert for Team Argentina. Passion fruit biscuit and pistachio meringue. The spray paint of base and meringue sorbet, passion fruit sorbet, coconut sorbet, strawberry sorbet, passion fruit semi-freddo, a compote, and a strawberry coconut and passion gel.
It's so interesting this morning. I'm seeing this small flower in almost all of the frozen desserts. It looks like Team Philippines did a little bit of a different design in the middle of theirs, but most of the desserts we've seen a small flower.
There's a lot of flowers as an insert in those frozen desserts, you saw?
Yeah, fascinating, yes.
Yeah. It's so pretty. Actually, the dessert is shown to the jury by Jérôme de Oliveira, former world champion here at the World Pastry Cup. Wait for a moment, United Kingdom. UK, you will brew later on. In a few minutes. Now it's Argentina time.
Here we have it on the screen, the little milonga, the Argentinian dessert that is inspired by traditional Argentine music. Of course, tango being a very known.
Do you want to run through a bit of the flavors and what we're going to be looking for here? I can see that we've got a combination of passion fruit, strawberry, coconut. We're starting to see a bit of repetition here. I think the teams are onto something. They know that what works, and they're trying to tap into that. So we'll see here is we've got passion fruit compote, a strawberry gel, passion fruit semi-freddo, pistachio meringue, coconut and strawberry sorbet, passion fruit sorbet. We've got a strawberry gel running around the edge. Let's see how we go. What's the temperature like? It's a bit firm?
Oh yes, it is very firm. You know, to start fruit visually, there's a lot of holes, huh?
Yes. The problem with that is it's very difficult sometimes with ice cream. It's not forgiving.
So what they say here is that since the ice cream cake has a low freezing point, it melts easily during the assembly. So they had to work quickly, is what they write here. And they coated the meringue to prevent it from absorbing moisture at the very bottom.
We were actually talking off mic, and one of the requirements from the competition rules is that there must be a chemisage, which is this kind of a
lining.
Lining the ice cream between all the layers, and this is a technical point which is very, very difficult to achieve, not to have these kind of things with the big bubbles.
It's difficult because when it's hard like that, sometimes when you're lining and you're rolling stuff, if there's an air bubble that gets from the edge, that's where you can get stuck.
But now you just tasted it, so Vincent.
And then on top of this, in the lining here, we have meringue, which is very difficult, it's fragile. Well, on the tasting point, I've got straight away a very strong strawberry on my side. Huh?
I don't know, because I've got passion fruit in my mouth.
Ah, but see, we must have a balance somewhere. So
we've got different tastes.
But you see, this is the coconut, I guess. It's right at the bottom, huh?
That's where the importance of trying to have a consistency with what I taste, because of me and Vincent, we've got different flavors in our mouths, so.
On the other hand, the jellies are quite nice.
Yes, I like the crunch too.
Yeah, no. Texturally, it is, in terms of texture, it is a very interesting dessert. It is a very interesting piece of work. We have jellies, we have the meringue, we have at the bottom, which is kind of a sponge, frozen sponge, which is different recipe, of course.
Of course.
Have this technically, this is pretty good.
Okay, so before you highlighted the techniques with the previous teams, and now the texture.
Yeah.
Well, this is quite a complete cake when it comes to the textures. Is that when you're eating, you've got that meringue crunch going through with the textures of the other flavors that are complementing that.
Non, c'est bien. Hein?
Very nice, and now we see Mexico has a bit less than a minute to go, so equipo mexicano es el próximo equipo. Se llama Pan de Muerto Frozen Bomb, con el tema Día de Muertos.
There's some favoritism language here.
Some Mexican fans.
Ladies and gentlemen, in box number 8, this is time for Mexico! You heard the gong, and now you can see it. The frozen dessert of Mexico, le dessert glacé du Mexique.
Look at this coming out of lab number 8. Just as we were commenting that throughout the morning we've seen so many similarities, now we're seeing something totally original and one of a kind from Team Mexico.
Mexican dessert, Pan de Muerto Frozen Bomb. Made out of blood orange sorbet, guava and orange blossom ice cream, star anise and cinnamon parfait, mandarin sorbet, guava paste and bomb glaze, sesame seeds, nougatine, and almond decroise.
So the first out of 3 Latin American countries of the day, Mexico con Día de Muertos, the Day of the Dead, which is a very known tradition, celebration, usually taking place in November, where the Mexicans honor their ancestors, the dead, and they usually do that also with a pan de muertos, so a bread of the dead. And in this form, a symbol of the connection between life and death, celebrating the memory of those who are no longer with us. So that's the story behind, and the candidate or the team, they have memories of Dia de Muertos celebration is the aroma of orange blossom that the bread contains. So they also want to emphasize this orange taste. So we have it here.
It's not just orange though, is that they're using guava. I was in Mexico last year and they've got guava. It's not pink guava, but quite similar. And we're just chatting with Vincent, and we're going to have some spices here too, because we've got star anise and cinnamon mixed with some mandarin as well, and we've got some sesame nougatine. We can see down the bottom there too. So we're going to have some difference in flavors here.
Yeah, it's amazing because it is in fact the first country which is using some spices here for today. In all the team, we had France using herbs, and then this is the second team which is using something outside of the fruits or biscuits, of course. But this is interesting. It seems that to me that they have not finished the spray gun on top. Huh? They're supposed to have a spray gun when we see that, when you look at the picture, right? It doesn't seem to be sprayed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, true. Well, maybe they changed it at the last minute, but we can see that it's slightly different to the other teams. And let's have a look to see how that goes for the tasting.
The layers are much thicker than the rest.
It's quite a high cake too, isn't it? I'm going to try and grab all of them in one go.
Spices are definitely here. Definitely strong presence of the spices, which is something very extremely difficult when you... In spices, you know, according to the temperature, the spices give us a completely different flavor.
You can smell them before you're digging your teeth in.
Yeah, amazing, yeah. It's the first I think that we can smell, unless they have done like it's a new fashion in Italy, they have spray something on top.
Yes. But also that sesame is coming out a lot too. You can feel that sesame at the end of the tasting if you're grabbing the crunch on the bottom.
So I need to come over to see if I can smell. Yeah. Yes, I can smell the spices. It's nice. Yes, it's incredible.
Smells cinnamon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which could, it's funny because we had Paranakan before, and then they could have used spices, which they did not. But so it's fast, so we can comment.
Very nice. And when it comes to the temperature?
Great.
Temperature's fine. It's not too cold, it's not too warm. Because if it's too cold, we can't feel anything. If it's too warm, everything melts. So you've got to have a good balance in between the two. So from that point of view, it's quite nice. And also, it's also what we said before, is it's important to make sure we have a harmony with the different layers. So there's not one layer that's too runny and the other one's too firm. At the same time, a decent contrast.
Sounds that there has been a challenge for our friends to cut it properly, because you see that the ice cream or the sherbet was not sticking to the nougatine of sesame.
Because that was a lot firmer than the rest of the cake, wasn't it?
On top of that. And then the two textures are kind of, you know, one is sliding on the other.
Great, thank you so much. We have 30 seconds, a bit more to go for Paraguay, el último país of the contest in lab number 11, but they seem ready, exactly.
Yeah, Tanya, look at this. They are there, they're posing together with their frozen dessert pieces. They are absolutely ready. And we keep speaking about the temperature of the desserts because you're checking the consistency of it. One of the interesting things, and I don't know if you guys can hear me very clearly because it's very loud, but in the studio, you're receiving your frozen dessert before the judges are receiving their frozen dessert. So there would be a slight difference in temperature as it's being walked over to you in the studio first. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, in laboratory number 11. For Team Paraguay, the frozen dessert of the day.
The frozen dessert called Frozen Passion. Raspberry coulis and semifreddo, biscuit pâte choux, passion fruit semifreddo, vanilla ice cream, lemon syrup, almond crunch, de la framboise, de la pâte à choux, du fruit de la passion, de la vanille, du sirop de citron. This is the frozen dessert for Paraguay.
So as we were speaking about flowers and most of the desserts that we've seen this morning so far out of all of the laboratories, the one from Paraguay is quite important for them because it is inspired by their national flower. And so they put it on top of the Paraguayan handcrafted fabric. And of course, this has been created for them by artisans as well. So not only is it a historical moment, but also in line with the theme of what we're seeing here at World Pastry Cup Day 2.
Something has changed here since the beginning. There's a great difference because you know what? We started at 8 in the morning and then at 9 something happened, the show opened, the Syrah opened. And now it's full of people coming in, wanting to see what's going on here. It's fantastic competition, all cakes and pastry lovers. They came from all over the world supporting their teams and supporting the other teams as well. So it's a great mood here this morning, a great energy coming out of this audience, and it'll be growing and growing all day long after hours after hours. Great. I'm just thrilled to be here. It's so exciting.
Paraguayan dessert. So we start here. We had, with the first thing that visually we can see that there has been some changes between what they announced first and what they serve. Here it seems that we have a jelly, the addition, external and or last week addition of the raspberry jelly. Yes, the raspberry jelly on the outside of the cake when it was not announced first. In terms of texture, interesting is they are using also this pâte à choux biscuit, which is kind of interesting for ice cream.
They've changed the sugar to dextrose in that one so that hopefully that works better. But right here we've got a very dominating flavors of raspberry, don't we? Passion fruit is not so
definitely
dominant.
Maybe it's because of the external. And then also there is the coulis at the center, which is well on our plate, which is already melted. So that's also overpowering in that sense. But well, it's true for once. It's supposed to be passion, right? The center, the yellow.
There's a passion fruit sorbet in the middle here.
Yeah, but that's it for once, and then probably for the first time. Here, the passion fruit is not that powerful compared to usual.
Well, you've got the raspberry jelly on the edge, and that raspberry jelly is really powerful compared to the rest of it. And you've got the raspberry on the insert in the middle as well. So that's where that's coming through.
Probably. That's the reason why this balance is so different.
Great, thank you very much. So that was the very last frozen dessert here of the day of the competition.
Exactly, of 2025 Coupe du Monde. You know, amazingly, have you seen that? It was Malaysia next to Singapore, and then Mexico, Argentina, Paraguay.
Yes, I know.
And this was all random. This was like picked out of the hat.
This I don't know. I don't know who put together the selection or.
But you imagine this is 2025th edition of the Coupe du Monde. There has been some changes with the show in chocolate. Let's see if eventually the committee would look at that, some changes for the ice cream.
So, and what's maybe your conclusion now of the very first tasting of the day, overall conclusion of the very first tasting of the day?
To my point of view, which is amazing, is that we can see years after years, all the countries that, how shall I put this, who were behind, mentally behind, or look at, not the leaders, are catching up very fast. We would see that later with the plated dessert and the showpiece. So overall, what I'm very happy to see is that the leaders are the leaders, but the gap between the leaders and the latecomers is much different, and then it's closing up every year. And
it's
that's
reducing.
the excitement.
Yes.
So the leaders better watch out.
No, yes. And on top of that, what it shows? It shows that there are lots of professionals, which first increases their knowledge through pastry because of communication and different ideas. Plus, the fact that definitely there's a lot of support to the other countries, and that's something which is extremely positive for the Coupe du Monde, is that the challenge is getting greater and greater. The level is growing up big time. We have seen some countries yesterday who have performed showpieces that they have never done before. We have seen some countries that 20 years ago would have hardly come. And now I could see that when we did the Asian Pastry Cup, Frédéric Cassel and Marc Rivière were there, and then they were very impressed by the overall standard and quality of the work which was performed in Asia at the Asian Pastry Cup.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Vincent and Richard, for commenting this first round. And with that, I'm going to throw to Angela.
Thank you so much, Tanya. It is quite difficult to hear, but here on the floor, what we're looking at is some of our jury members still have the last frozen dessert on their table. They're starting to stand up. So at this point of time, we want to say thank you so much to all of our members of the international jury for all of their hard work this morning. And they really had a very tough job. They had to remember how they scored yesterday, what they tasted yesterday, in order to have this symmetry through their scoring and their notes, looking back at the photos that they took, trying to refresh their memories. So thank you so much, members of the jury. You are released for the next few minutes, because after this, we are going to be going into the restaurant jury. So coming up in a short while, I don't have the exact timing on me, we're gonna start seeing out of laboratory number 1, the restaurant desserts of the day. So we have a special jury that's coming in this year just for that. That's again one of the changes that we're seeing here for the World Pastry Cup 2025. And so we're gonna go ahead, let everybody here stretch their legs for a moment, and then we're gonna come and then take a look. We're gonna bring out some of the international committee members as well to say a great big thank you to them in just a short while.
Thank you very much, Angela. A big thank you to Richard Hawk and Vincent Bourdin, who were here in the studio commenting the first round. They already left the studio. Richard will be back for the next tasting. So merci beaucoup, Vincent Bourdin. Now, here in the studio, I'm joined by Anna-Emmanuelle Debouzy, Commercial Director of Bragar, one of our partners, the company behind these elegant chef's shirt. And before I talk to her, let's quickly watch a short ad. Or maybe we'll do the ad. And now I'm joined by Anna-Emmanuelle Debouzy, as I said, Commercial Development Director at Braga. Bonjour.
Bonjour, enchantée d'être là avec vous. On est vraiment, vraiment ravis, la Maison Bragard, d'être aux côtés de tous ces pâtissiers du monde entier.
Merci beaucoup d'être avec nous aussi. So very happy to be here with us on this day. Alors, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour vous l'excellence?
L'excellence, c'est un mot qui nous anime tous les jours chez Bragard. C'est vraiment un mot très très fort parce qu'on se doit de rendre tous ces professionnels excellents dans leur œuvre, dans leur travail, dans leur profession, Et ces vestes-là sont là pour pouvoir justement porter l'excellence. On parle d'excellence, on parle d'élégance, on parle de précision, on parle de passion. C'est véritablement tout ce qui nous anime aujourd'hui, les valeurs qui nous animent. La veste, pour un professionnel dans le domaine de la gastronomie et pour tous ces professionnels qui sont là aujourd'hui pour concourir, pour gagner ce titre de champion du monde, du Coupe du Monde de la pâtisserie, ces vestes sont là pour pouvoir justement les aider à exceller dans leur art. C'est important, l'excellence, les pouvoirs de cette veste qui lui confère véritablement.
So excellence is a very important word at Bragar, as they want to make sure that the chefs can actually be at their best when competing, when cooking, when doing their art, so that so they can be as excellent as possible. That's what they want. Alors. Vous avez dit, les chefs, ils portent votre veste. Vous travaillez avec des équipes internationaux. Ici, on a des 18 équipes. Quelle est l'expérience de porter cette veste?
Oui, alors la marque Bragar est présente à travers le monde. C'est une marque qui est très très forte, une marque iconique. Et on avait envie de pouvoir donner cette chance à tous les professionnels de tout le monde entier de pouvoir porter les vestes Bragar. Donc les Bragar rejaillit, rayonne à travers le monde. Les vestes, bien évidemment, mais il y a aussi des pantalons, il y a aussi des tabliers qui permettent en fait à tous les professionnels de pouvoir s'habiller avec excellence et élégance.
So, of course, they work with international chefs here with 18 teams from around the world. They want to make sure that everyone gets the best quality. It's not just shirts, it's pants as well and other items that they have. Of course, a French house working all over the world. Et chaque geste compte ici, dans la Coupe du Monde de la pâtisserie. Et c'est la même chose pour Bragar.
Absolument, vous avez tout à fait bien compris l'enjeu. Pour nous, effectivement, chaque geste compte dans la conception, dans la fabrication, dans la relation client. C'est hyper important que chaque petit détail ou chaque geste soit accompagné par notre professionnalisme de toutes les équipes Bragar. Vous savez, pour concevoir une veste, il faut énormément de personnes, énormément d'étapes dans cette conception de veste pour qu'après, cette veste soit portée avec élégance par tous les professionnels. Nous avons dans notre siège social dans les Vosges, nous avons toute une équipe qui conçoit, qui travaille sur justement les fiches de mesure, sur les bonnes matières, sur les bonnes coupes, sur les bons détails. On a toute une équipe de personnalisation au niveau des broderies. Et vous avez vu combien les broderies sur ces vestes sont excellentes, sont très très jolies, sont très bien faites. Et donc c'est tout ce travail de geste, tout ce travail qui est fait à la main, tout ce travail de précision qui apporte justement la beauté de nos vestes Bragar, l'excellence de nos tissus, l'excellence de nos fabrications. Donc c'est dans ce cadre-là et elle va même jusqu'à la relation client puisque pour nous c'est très important de pouvoir instaurer une relation de confiance avec nos clients à travers le monde.
Merci beaucoup. So I was just saying that every step, every movement counts here in the Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Same for Bragar. They work with a big team. They make sure that every step is precise. It's handmade so that everything is just on point. It may be the materials or also the size. Everything can be measured. Even for us, we had to give our sizes special wishes, and it was all done by hand so that they can excel as well. Merci beaucoup. Quelque chose à ajouter?
Oui, quelque chose à rajouter. Vive la Maison Bragar, vive la Coupe du Monde de la pâtisserie, vive les champions qui vont pouvoir rayonner à travers leur art et leur profession. Nous sommes là pour continuer à les habiller avec excellence et élégance.
So good luck to everyone here, everyone at the Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Bragar is here to make sure that you're dressed the best. Merci beaucoup pour être ici et pour être partenaire de la Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, avec grand plaisir. C'était un grand plaisir. Merci.
And And we'll be right back as I'm now joined by, let me see, I'm now joined by my next guest. Just give us a few seconds to change here the studio with our next guest.
What a drag it is, the shape I'm in. Well, I go out somewhere, then I come home again. A lot of cigarette, 'cause I can't get no sleep. There's nothing on the TV, nothing on the radio that means that much to me. All my life, I'm watching America. All my life, there's panic in America. Oh, 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 there's trouble in America. Oh, 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 oh. Yesterday was easy, happiness came and went. I got the movie script, but I don't know what it meant. A lot of cigarette, 'cause I can't get no sleep. There's nothing on the TV, nothing on the radio that means that much to me. There's nothing on the TV, nothing on the radio that I can believe in. All my life, I'm watching America. All my life, there's panic in America. Oh, 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 there's trouble in America. Oh, 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 there's panic in America. Oh, 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 oh. Yesterday was easy, yes, I got the news. And when you get it straight, you stand up, you just can't lose.
And back here in the studio, I'm now joined by Pierre Hermé and Loïc Bienassi to talk about a special project. Actually, they have a project to list the French pastry as an intangible culture heritage at the French inventory. So I think that's it. Welcome to both of you.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. So tell me more about this project. What is this all about?
We started a little bit more than 2 years ago. It was an exchange with Laurent Le Daniel, who is the president of the French Pastry Confederation. And we decided to try to classify the French pastry savoir-faire at the patrimoine immatériel du ministère de la Culture. And now we work with a supporting committee, with comité de pilotage, and also with comité scientifique that's the committee is presided by Loïc Bienassi, who is a specialist of history of food.
I see. So why would that be such a special thing to have French pastry as an intangible?
Yep. Yeah, because we consider that there is a very strong tradition, pastry tradition in France, and that I think it's a project which involves the whole community of the French pâtissiers, and that may be the main point of this project, to have a project which can unite the whole profession of the French pâtissier. And because this kind of application, we are working on the file for the moment, and this kind of application, I mean, the main thing is to have the whole community with us, because that's the very idea of this application, to show that first there is a specific tradition, and then that the whole pâtissier, French pâtissier, can be involved in this project.
And when will the decision be made? I mean, what's the process now?
It's a long-term project because we started 2 years ago, and we can also have 2 more years to get this classification. But it's interesting because this project brings all the pastry community together, and not only the pastry community, but all the people, because pastry is also that something that put the people together and share specific moment of life.
Okay, so it's really bringing together unity that we have there in the pastry world. This would create to give kind of a quality mark, a quality stamp, as I understand as well.
Absolutely, but Pierre is right, because there is all the savoir-faire, the professional skills, but it goes beyond that. I mean, it's all the importance of pastry in France is also because it goes with all the main events of your life. I mean, wedding, birthday, and so on. So the cultural importance of pastry goes beyond the practical, technical know-how. It's also something which involves the whole national community, I would say.
Amazing. Thank you very, very much. Then I wish you good luck with all of the process. And hopefully in 2 years when we meet here again, you have that quality stamp. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Yeah, and with that, we hear that everyone is ready for this competition. The next restaurant-style dessert is going to be tasted by an extra jury only for this category, consisting of 7 jury members, out of which 3 are traditional chefs. And to call them in, I would throw back to our MCs on the floor. Angela.
Thank you so much, Tanya. We're just going to head on over to the middle of the floor over here. I'm together with Vincent. The room is really heating up down here. We are a few minutes away from tasting the restaurant desserts of the day. And first up, we're going to start bringing in a lot of our jury members and some thank yous. Vincent, who do we have in the tunnel?
Who do we have what?
In the tunnel.
It's almost ready now. Almost ready. I'm thinking we are going to proceed now because the second session, the second run of tasting will begin in a few minutes from now. We are about to welcome with all of you. Je vais vous demander d'applaudir, d'accueillir, to welcome the comedy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome out onto the floor the International Organizing Committee.
Le Comité international d'organisation, composé des plus grands chefs et des plus grandes chefs pâtissiers et pâtissières, pour encadrer ce concours. Look at this dream team of pastry chefs.
Okay,
some of the best in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause rolling as we welcome out the Vice President, Frédéric Cassel.
Le vice-président Frédéric Cassel. Le président international de la Coupe du Monde, Monsieur Pierre Hermé.
Keep your applause rolling as we welcome out our honorary president this year, Amaury Guichon.
Merci d'applaudir notre président d'honneur, Amaury Guichon. Wait a moment, because we have to come back with the camera, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause rolling as we welcome out Christophe Morel.
Oh, what a nice pronunciation. Right. Christophe Morel, messieurs, mesdames. Mesdames et messieurs, notre ambassadeur pour le Maroc, monsieur Kamal Rahal et Soulami.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please keep your applause rolling as we welcome out our volunteers as well for the World Pastry Cup.
Les volontaires qui apportent leur concours pendant 2 jours d'épreuve. Je vous demande de les applaudir. Are we going on with the started?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out our jury members for today's restaurant tasting dessert, starting with Nicolas Lambert.
Mesdames et messieurs, un grand pâtissier français. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Yann Couvreur.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applause rolling as we welcome out Vicky Lau.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous demande d'applaudir, please, a big round of applause for Claire Santos Lopez.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applause rolling as we welcome out Sven Eric Rena.
Please put your hands together for Nare Kim.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out and keep your applause rolling for Fabrizio Melino.
Well, dear Angela, the jury table has been completed.
Exactly. I think this room is such a beautiful lineup of members of the jury, accomplished chefs. This is the pastry dream team that we have in front of you here, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't move pictures. They want to shoot you.
They will be shots.
You won't have a chance again to see so many great pastry chefs in the same place.
Exactly.
So take a picture.
Thank you so much for the incredible work that you do, organizing committee. Thank you so much to all of our volunteers. So now here on the floor, we have our lineup of the jury for the restaurant dessert that's coming up. And Tanya, I believe you have someone in your TV set that you want to have a conversation with.
Thank you so much, Angela. Yes, here in the TV set, I'm joined by Jessica Prialpato. She was named world's best pastry chef in 2019 and the first woman to receive this title. And of course, I'm also joined back by Richard Hawk, who will be commenting the next round of tastings. Now, Jessica, welcome.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. I want to start with you. Up next, we have the restaurant-style dessert. What were the requirements for the candidates, this dessert?
Alors du coup, on a un petit peu changé les... Merci. On a un petit peu changé les notations au niveau du dessert de restaurant, où on a demandé du coup aux équipes d'être un peu plus précautionneux du produit et du producteur qu'ils utilisent, donc de mettre en avant... Je ne sais pas si on entend très bien.
We can hear you. On entend très bien.
De mettre en avant du coup le produit et le producteur qu'ils ont choisi et essayer de se concentrer aussi sur le fait que ce soit un vrai dessert à l'assiette et pas juste un dessert posé. Donc voilà, on a mis toute une technique en plus pour qu'il y ait des quenelles qui soient faits à la minute, vraiment un chaud-froid aussi au niveau des textures, au niveau des températures. Donc c'était très important pour nous d'avoir un vrai dessert assiette.
So you changed the marking, that's what I understand, and also made sure that they have to work around one of the products, right?
Do you want me to complete with a bit of that in English? Just talking about what we've changed for the plated desserts is that we're looking for 2 textures, 2 flavors, and also local ingredients from each country. So it's like we're going to be traveling on the plate here. We need to make sure that it's not a pastry shop dessert, that it's different textures and different flavors. In French, we say à la minute, which means like last minute, and we're sending. So we're looking forward to that.
And what is important? Qu'est-ce que c'est important quand on fait une restaurant-style dessert? Ou les challenges?
Ce qui est important, c'est ça. C'est vraiment de pouvoir avoir ce côté instantané du dessert de restaurant où tout est vraiment finalisé sur le moment. Donc un peu comme en cuisine où on va venir dresser notre dessert un peu last minute, comme là ce qu'ils sont en train de faire, ils ajoutent les éléments les uns sur les autres. C'est vraiment ce qu'on a demandé.
Okay, so challenging is actually assembling everything last minute. Everything needs to be brought together.
Totally. In a pastry shop, we're making something that gets in a box and gets sent home, whereas right here, we're putting it onto a plate and we're serving, so we can play with the textures and the temperatures and have something completely different.
Et c'est une vraie difficulté parce que du coup, ils doivent arrêter tout ce qu'ils sont en train de faire pour vraiment monter ce dessert qui prend plus de temps qu'avant, de juste déposer quelque chose dans l'assiette. Là, il y a un vrai dressage et on leur a demandé une vraie recherche au niveau du produit, donc ça prend un peu plus de temps.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup,
Merci.
Jessica
Thank you so
Prelbach.
much.
Ladies and gentlemen, and here we have it coming out of lab number 1. The first restaurant dessert of the day from Team Philippines.
Come on, Philippines in box lab number 1.
Vincent, did you see this plated dessert, this restaurant dessert? Remember the pineapples that we saw this morning? The beautiful blown sugar pineapples. They have also done a small one together on this dessert. It is adorable. So what we're looking at here for their theme is Philippines Pride. They're showing us the golden harvest. In their dessert, they have a toasted rice mousse, riole and opaline, a special cream and Italian meringue, a rice tea espuma with the husk of nougatine, poached spiced pineapples, and toasted rice meringue crisp. Very, very interesting. The Philippines is very well known for having these beautiful countryside that has these open rice terraces. And so they're using a lot of the rice within their restaurant dessert here. I'm sure that the jury members are very eager to see what they're being presented.
Thank you so much, Angela. And with that, let's get a better idea of what the Philippines was thinking. So let's take a look at their video presentation.
The Philippines, a land blessed by its unique topography and tropical climate, serves as a nesting hub for the world's most excellent produce.
We put focus in the Philippines' Queen Pineapple, a juicy Formosa variety
known for its distinct sweetness, subtle floral aroma, and crisp flesh.
Along with our wide range of granary, we showcase the best of the Philippines on a plate.
the Filipino dessert. We saw it, pineapple and rice, heritage ingredients that they're using there. Here in the studio, I'm now also joined by Stéphane Cherami, executive pastry chef based in Florida, also heading the Coupe du Monde Team USA. So welcome to you, and of course, welcome back, Richard Hock. So you're just trying the first restaurant-style dessert.
Firstly, the plate looks like a rice field with the different layers coming around. We've got, as we've seen with a lot of the desserts from yesterday, we've got the ring that's encasing the rice pudding with the compote on the top. The compote is spiced pineapple. Did you taste that? How did that go, Stéphane?
Yes, and the pineapple is a little bit warm. So you have the 3 temperatures, right? Between the rice pudding that's cold, the pineapple that's warm, and you have the ice cream. And I've noticed there was a component here that was a remainder of a rice field.
Okay, yes, and also we can see that the meringue that they've used, it almost looks like I don't know, like a wave or like a collar. And on the other side, we've got some nuts. It's quite thin, isn't it?
Yes, it's very, very thin. It must be very difficult to make it so thin and to shape it like this. It's a very exotic-looking dessert. We can really see that it's from the Philippines.
And we've got lots of techniques here too, is that with that puff pastry, they've cut it on the edge, and we've got the layers going vertically up.
Yes, and they use reverse puff pastry, which is allow for the shape not to shrink.
Yes, because we've got a lot more fat in a recipe like that too, don't we?
That's correct, yes.
More fat, more flavor.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, of course, the comments by Stéphane Cherami and Richard Hock here in the studio are not going into the marking. They're just doing that to give you at home a flavor of what the judges are tasting. So maybe on that, Stéphane, you've also been a judge on many competitions. Talk us a bit through what the judges are looking out for, what they're going through in this process right now.
So a big one is a lot of the chefs that are competing in these kind of competitions, they are pastry shop chefs or hotel chefs. There's not many restaurant chefs. And so it's a challenge for many of them to understand the vision of what the plated dessert should be. As you were saying earlier, à la minute, different components. So they are looking for that because it's the concept of what they want to do. They're also looking for different textures, different temperatures, and they want the dessert not to be too sweet, right? In today's age, less sugar is the best.
That's why a lot of the time we're seeing a lot of acidic ingredients, because that's going to cut through the sweetness a lot too, isn't it?
Yes, not only it does that, you're right, but it also wakes up your taste buds, yes?
Totally, because if we're tasting a good 10 plated desserts, if it's nice and fresh, we're going to remember that a bit more, aren't we?
That's correct, yes, because we have to think they eat a lot of desserts, so we don't want them to be bored by too much fat and too much things like this.
It's also, what I'm going to say to that too is that on the second day, the jury also has in their mind for what they tasted yesterday, but it's always a challenge for the first team to start because they don't have any comparison yet, do they?
Yes, that's correct. And the other thing that's very important is when they look at the desserts, you want them to want to try it. So it has to look clean, it has to look fresh and delicate.
We eat with our eyes, don't we? If it doesn't look good, we're not going to want to sink our teeth into it.
And maybe very quickly, as it's a restaurant-style dessert, usually it definitely comes after a long course of menus as well. So it shouldn't be also probably too filling, I don't know. Anything else there when you think about, having 3, 4, 5 courses and then this?
I live in France, and a lot of plated desserts. The hard thing with that is that there's lots of components. It's very complicated, and with everything that we do, it's always better to go simple is better, but it's always the hardest thing to do.
Yes, that's the latest trend. Simple is better. That's what many chefs are saying. It's better simple, but perfectly executed.
Less is more, but the problem with that is that in a competition, we want to show as many techniques. We're getting pushed by the rules here with 2 different textures, 2 different temperatures. So we've got to take risks with that too.
And the other thing that's the most important, that a lot of people don't realize, is you have to follow the rules. Penalties would make you lose a lot of points. So you could have the strongest team in this room that could actually end up not winning because they made a little mistake, like the dessert is too big, or there's no two temperatures, or it's not really a plated desserts.
Great, thank you so much. So make sure that you don't get penalized for your faults. Up next, we have Mauritius that is finishing up their dessert. But before we look at that, let's take a look at their video.
L'île Maurice, un bijou au cœur de l'océan Indien. Des peuples venus des quatre coins du monde, porteurs de traditions, de terroirs et de savoir-faire gastronomiques, formant une harmonie unique. Sur cette terre au climat tropical, les producteurs et agriculteurs comme Selva cultivent des trésors rares gorgés de soleil et de passion, de père en fils depuis plus de 25 ans. Ici, les chefs de l'équipe mauricienne ont choisi de façonner les produits du terroir comme la vanille, la roselle, la noix de coco et le litchi. Aujourd'hui, ce terroir s'exporte à l'échelle mondiale à la Coupe du Monde de la pâtisserie, un événement où le métier de pâtissier est valorisé et où chaque recette raconte une histoire, celle d'un héritage unique.
L'île de Maurice, about 40 seconds to go to finish up their restaurant-style dessert, the second dessert, restaurant-style dessert here the second day.
Of Mauritius like that, and that opening scene of that water, and it's the middle of winter here and it's so cold. Wow, that was just spectacular, so inviting. I think there's going to be a lot of people sitting in this room today that want to plan their next holiday around Mauritius. What a beautiful country.
Number 2, frozen dessert of...
Restaurant dessert of the
restaurant
day.
Dessert, you're right, I'm frozen. Mauritius, le restaurant de l'équipe de l'île Maurice. Voilà. The students of the Life Institute bringing the desserts to the jury tables under the surveillance of their professors, Mr. Rispal and Mr. Dauvergne. How many years here, Mr. Rispal? How many years? Combien d'années ici?
30, 20.
25 years for Philippe Rispal. Ah, beautiful. 25 years on the competition, on the World Cup and on the Bocuse d'Or.
Yes.
Yes, voilà, il l'a dit. Thank you, Philippe.
And here we have the recipe on your screen, Paradise Blossom, the Mauritius restaurant-style dessert. So let's maybe go through what you see inside. Anything surprising to you, Richard?
We're just looking at the dessert here. We've got, looks like a jelly that's separating the two textures. We've got a blanc manger on the bottom, which is with egg whites and gelatin and milk.
It's a vinegar gel, if I read it correctly.
Okay, yes. Because it's quite dark. Maybe, and we're also with lychee. And we're working with lychee in different ways. We've got a lychee sorbet. We've also got a sauce that's coming. We're missing the sauce. It's coming here?
I don't know, let's see, but you can... All right,
So we got
tasting
some
maybe-
fresh lychee on the edge, and then from the bottom there we've got a crunch. So we've got different layers. I'm guessing maybe that the vanilla chocolate cream is on the top. The lychee sorbet is actually hiding down the bottom there. So let's see if we can get down and...
We're just receiving the sauce.
Oh, okay. Stefan, you're going to need to wait. The sauce is coming.
Yeah, come. No,
It's
you
okay,
can-
it's okay. Yeah, do. You've got to be patient sometimes. Come on. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Order. Okay, that dripped a bit everywhere. It's a bit runnier than what I was expecting, but that's okay. Let's go.
So Stefan was just saying there's a crunch at the bottom. And the part in the middle really looks jelly, as it says, vinegar gel.
So one thing you have to be careful when you do a plated dessert with so many layers. You have to think about that the judge is going to try to have every component in the first bite. So it needs to be very easy to go through with the fork. The other thing they're looking at is this is a very busy schedule, and some chefs would have a tendency to almost set it up as a banquet where they pre-plate everything so they can fire as soon as the right time, but that's not what they want. They want a restaurant desserts, meaning, you know, in a restaurant you get a ticket and you plate up à la minute, and you send out as soon as the server is ready to pick up. Because if you plate it up a little bit too early and there's no one to pick up, then everything dies.
I can see that top layer of the cream, the vanilla and chocolate cream, it's been enrobed in white chocolate and cocoa butter, which is kind of crispy. And so that's why it's holding together so well, I think. Then after that, we've got the jelly layers made with agar-agar, I think.
Yes, and I love lychee. I think it's very exotic and very fresh.
It's very fresh flavors.
Yes.
It's also quite sweet too, isn't it?
Yes, and it makes me want to eat the dessert because I feel like I'm traveling to Mauritius.
That's the good thing is that we don't have to go anywhere. Everything's coming to us, isn't it?
And then the name National Paradise Blossom with national heritage, it's very appropriate.
Very nice. Now, Stefan, tell me, you work in hotels at the Ritz-Carlton and the JW Marriott in Orlando Lakes. Do you create a lot of restaurant-style desserts?
Yes, we have 14 different restaurants, and every restaurant has a different concept. So you have the Michelin-star restaurant that has very intricate details and very innovative techniques and flavors, all the way down to the pool restaurants, where it's like a comfort food and very simple desserts.
So do you remember the last restaurant dessert that you've created? Or you do so many things that you don't remember?
We do so many things, but you know, it's interesting because I've heard a lot of chefs say that they almost try too hard, and the guests, they're going back to getting classic. And our biggest seller is the soufflé, Gourmand soufflé. Isn't it this interesting that you try to do all these super creative desserts, but then the guest picked the most simple one?
So in the end, you actually don't need to be too creative. Stick to the simple things. That's often the most popular.
Yes, we find out that the guests are looking for very creative desserts when it's like a special event, like a chef table, when the chef cook especially for you, or when it's, we call it site visits, when we want to impress the guests and try to get them to book our hotel.
Now, I can see there's lots of noise. We can hear it for Team France. Fans are going crazy as there's less than 3 minutes to go for France to finish their restaurant-style dessert. You see it there on your screen. We'll leave you with a few images. Richard, you wanted to say something?
I don't know. Would you like me to start talking about France, or are we going to wait until they serve us?
You have 40 seconds if you want to add something. No, then fine.
No, I'm fine.
No, we leave the images.
Yeah, they still have quite a bit of time left on the clock, but because the spectators are going wild, there's a chicken walking through the crowd as well. I think that we're never going to be able to hear ourselves speak or think at this point of time. Not with such a beautiful team competing at this point.
Okay, so before the dessert goes out, the French dessert, let's take a look at what the idea was behind in their video presentation.
Jean-Luc, artisan passionné, qui nous a généreusement accueillis en Alsace, cultive des coings dans son verger familial. Ces fruits sont un véritable trésor de notre terroir. Après nous avoir invités à visiter son verger, l'idée de créer notre dessert autour du coing est apparue comme une évidence. Pour ce dessert, nous avons souhaité rendre hommage à la pureté des bons produits, tout en respectant notre patrimoine gastronomique. Entre tradition et modernité, nous avons exploré toutes les facettes du coing. Cru, cuit, confit, glacé, cherchant à révéler toute la richesse et ses multiples nuances. Ce dessert à l'assiette est le fruit de plusieurs mois de réflexion, de recherche et de collaboration avec les artisans de notre région. Chaque détail a été minutieusement pensé. À travers ce dessert, nous avons voulu mettre en lumière ce fruit rare et le talent des producteurs de nos régions.
Two emblems. The same price. Mesdames et messieurs, les dernières secondes, le gong retentit pour l'équipe de France. And now out of lab number 3, restaurant dessert for the team France. Mesdames et messieurs, ce dessert de restaurant, au centre du dessert se trouve le coing. Alors pour ceux qui suivent et qui ne sont pas endormis, c'est la première fois qu'on voit un coing dans le centre. En fait, le coing, in the middle of this dessert, you will find a quince. It's not very used in pastry. It's a grapefruit. Quince juice, small and dried quince balls, quince pickles and espuma, goat cheap yogurt with ice cream. Sorry. Walnut praline, mill and orange blossom treel, pomelos and caviar lime, sour condiment sauce service. Voilà le dessert de la France avec ce jus de coing, ces boules de coing, les pickles de coing et aussi en espuma, un yogourt au fromage de chèvre, au lait de chèvre et un praliné aux châtaignes.
To accompany your dessert, this is quince consommé with agrumes reduction, and to finish the blossom water, a little bit of blossom water. We take up the alcohol for you. Thank you very much.
Merci à toi. Yeah, the explanations by the chef. Vas-y, Michael. It's a dessert and a cocktail.
Okay, so there was a bit of tableside service for everybody that's trying to watch what's happening. Not only was there tableside service, but the chefs also came in to do a little bit of explanation behind the dish as well. We caught a little bit on your microphone, Vincent, but we'd asked everybody to remain a little bit quiet. So now, ladies and gentlemen, you can go ahead and lose your minds with your sound again. Go ahead, bullhorns.
Voilà, ce dessert au coin qui fait une symphonie du coin.
Now here in the studio, we also got a plate, a piece. Looking at it, oh.
This is really curious, in fact, is that the beauty of this plate, it's almost like, we call this in French, we call this an acide creuse. Like it's like a verrine, like a glass. It's going to hold that in nicely. But the first thing that catches our eyes is those beautiful milk tuiles.
Yes, you know, it's interesting because you have to, as we were saying yesterday, you need to pick flavors that every judge from every country is going to enjoy, but you also want to show new techniques and you want them to wonder, how was this made? And with this flour, I'm sure everybody's going to want to know what the recipe is because this is new, right? Because I saw they didn't bake it.
So it's like a piece of attention, like curiosity that...
Yes, yeah. And you want to show that these competitions, they are about pushing yourself to the limit, but they're also about evolution, you know, bringing new ideas and new recipes and new techniques to keep progressing. And I like the fact that because they have to use seasonal flavors, we have winter flavors, but at the same time, it looks so fresh and so light.
You shouldn't eat with your mouth full, but I'm sorry, I'm going to do so. Whilst you were talking, I was digging in. The plate is quite deep, and there's lots of different layers inside there. There's a poached quince disc, and then after that, I can also see a little bit of some Buddha's hand, which is quite a interesting citrus fruit, pomelos with lime, finger lime, which is quite interesting. So we've got lots of freshness coming through here. What are you feeling?
I really love it. And then I like the little Parisian balls here, all the little details. You see?
Oh, yes.
There is so much work on this plate. So many things to discover.
But how do you say, quince is a very floral fruit as well. So that's it's quite an interesting choice that they've gone for here.
Yes, and then it's also very interesting that you can actually test every single flavors. You don't really need to read the recipe. You can tell right away, you can smell it, and you can tell every component.
Because there's also a tuile in the bottom here. A tuile is like a crunchy sort of a layer.
You look like you want to finish the whole thing. You're looking so excited about this.
It's very curious. And then we've also got an espuma that we saw them filling up before the flour went on the top. So there's lots of different elements, and the flour is so shiny, it's almost hard to believe it's true.
Yes, honestly, at first I thought it was chocolate when she was making it.
I was just having a look at the recipe for the milk and orange blossom tuile. It's with milk, orange blossom, some sugar, and some rice flour. So that's quite interesting to see how they've done that.
Now, Richard, maybe you actually published a book called Adapt. I was wondering, why do you think that pastry chefs need to adapt nowadays?
What I find with classic pastries is we don't ask too many questions, and I'm a kind of a curious guy, and I like to be able to make recipes that we can change to our needs. Sometimes that somebody gives you a recipe and you've got a different need to them, and that's what I like, to be able to be flexible with what I do with that, to explain what's inside the recipe, to say, okay, there we've got flour, we can change that to another ingredient, and that's going to help you being free stable, or something else. Is that we've all got different needs. You ask one question to 10 pastry chefs, you're likely to get 10 different answers. And sometimes that's confusing, and I find that knowledge is the key to being able to have some freedom with what we're doing, as opposed to being too stuck in our ways. And I find that really liberating.
And one thing that has evolved over the years is when you used to be vegan or used to have an allergy, you would just skip the desserts. But now, you have an option, like the chefs really making sure that everyone has something they can eat and they can enjoy. And I love that. With vegan desserts, it's complicated because sometimes when you substitute ingredients, the flavor is not always there. So kudos to you. You really have to understand the technology behind the ingredients
It's not just the flavors too. It's that eggs is one of the bases for pastry, and if you take that away, It's hard, huh?
That's true, yes.
Let's see if we can talk more about vegan, lactose-free pastry in a bit. But now let's focus on the next lab, which is the United Kingdom finishing up their restaurant dessert. And before they go out, we want to watch their video.
So for the dessert, we're using local dairy farmers 5 miles away, including the egg farm, which is organic, free range, just up the road from us that choose to work with us, and using late season Scottish raspberries that I've also made the jam from, for the rice pudding that my mum used to make me when I was a kid. So this dessert is very nostalgic.
United Kingdom with their video. And the fans making some noise. Angela.
And I just love whenever Team UK brings their marching band. It adds so much to the environment. It's so fun. Everyone's having a good time, and they can really usher in the moment and get a vibe. Just like what we saw from Team Japan yesterday with all of their noisemakers. We're really thriving off this kind of energy. The teams can perform better. They work under the pressure. It gives them a good boost as well.
Come on, UK, let's put your hands together for the dessert in lab number 4, United Kingdom, Britannia. The name of this restaurant dessert is Blossom Butterfly. Comes with a raspberry compote, a rice pudding, I love rice pudding, vinegar caramel, raspberry sakura sorbet, a vanilla custard spuma, a vanilla rice tuile, and vanilla linser. Well, it's pretty much a vanilla, but I love it.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw rice pudding earlier as well, so we saw Rio Lei coming out of lab number 1, too.
Thank you so much. And the team was inspired by their childhood memories of rice pudding with raspberry jam in a butterfly-filled garden. So they really painted a picture here. I can see these memories. And they're paying tribute to this Sunday afternoon spent in the garden. Now we have it here in the studio. Richard, you seem ready to comment.
I'm always ready to comment. That's what I'm here for. No, what we can see is that they've inspired themselves with a childhood memory from the rice pudding and the raspberry jam. And what we're talking about with Stefan is that they've incorporated some Asian influences into that.
Yes, I was very surprised because you are supposed to, the subject is living heritage. So I'm wondering what was the philosophy, what was the vision behind it.
Great.
But I see a note about the fact that they made sure the sorbet base cooled before they infused the tea. And that's one thing about tea, like the real expert in teas, they would recommend you infusion time per the minute based on the different teas. It's very interesting.
Of course, otherwise the bitterness is going to come out a bit too much, isn't it?
Yes, but it's different for every single tea.
But if you do a cold infusion, you're getting to get a longer flavor profile of the product, aren't you, as well?
Yes, that's correct. And you want when you try the tea, you want the flavors to keep working in your mouth, and then you want to feel sophistication. I love the design on the plates, because they make look like a reflection of multiple butterfly. It's very interesting.
We can also see those vanilla seeds on the top. I don't know what that is. It's a rice tuile. and then we've got a chocolate shell. But firstly, I think what we need to do is we need to take off that rice tuile. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? Look at that. Can you see that? I'll put that over my face. That looks better.
Go ahead, dig in, I would say.
So we can see here is that for this circumstance, we've got the chocolate shell that's holding together all of the elements, because we want to have something that's kind of creamy and runny and all of that stuff to differentiate from a pastry shop dessert.
You see this dessert, as we were saying earlier, you want the judge to be able, with one bite, to try all the components without fighting the dessert too much. And that's exactly what we were able to do. With one hand, we were able to go through the whole dessert, and it was not mushy. You still have the crunchies and you still have the different textures, but you were able to try every single component in one bite.
I think that's important with a plated dessert like this, is that, like you said, yeah, to make sure that it's nice and softer, because if it's going to be too firm, we're not going to be able to dig our spoon or our fork into there nicely. So I think they've done a good job on that one. They've added the vanilla bean also to the chocolate coating. But how did you go with the cherry? Did you taste the cherry too?
You know, I didn't
Cherry
taste it
blossom.
too much. Oh, the cherry blossom, yes, I'm sorry.
That's coming through nicely, yeah?
Yes, but one thing that some chefs, they have a rule that they don't want too many flavors on the plate, and they really went for that.
So what's your rule on how many flavors you put into a product?
I try not to have too many because we don't want the guests to be confused.
Okay.
And that's what they did, which I enjoy that.
Because I've got a rule. I go with maybe 3.
3 is good, yes.
But what it is that there are some things that are sort of, how do you say, off the subject, such as tropical flavors. We can add a little bit more. But there's other things such as like mascarpone or yogurt or even coconut. These are kind of neutral flavors that I wouldn't necessarily count as a flavor. They're there to help us with a flavor profile and to bring the other flavors together.
Yes, and then it's interesting you bring this up because I can see that they worked with the local farmers to get their dairy product. And so you could really see that, like they really emphasize the dairy and then the vanilla, but they also put raspberry to bring a little bit of acidity and to wake up the whole dessert.
Yes, the yogurt and the milk has come from a local farm in Oxfordshire. So we can see that, yeah, you're right. We're working with local ingredients. And normally when it comes to that is that we're hoping to find good quality ingredients as well. Because I think, I don't know about you, but for me, I always try and use the best ingredients possible because of that way that the flavors are going to speak for itself.
And I love to speak to farmers, producers that are focusing on one product, but it's in their DNA. They know everything about it, and they dream about that product, and they will talk to you about it for hours and hours and hours.
Sometimes you can learn new things about that too, yeah.
And it's, I mean, the theme is a national heritage. So do you think that this is well incorporated?
I think that they've used the national heritage as an inspiration, and then they've pushed that even further, because of the cherry blossom is maybe not so much as the national heritage, but I think it's quite nice. It's using the rice pudding and the raspberry as their idea, and then pushing that into new ground.
Yes, but you know they have in London. There's a big Asian influence. Yes, there's a quarter. So that could be that.
Okay, well, when I went to London, I just saw French people everywhere, so that was...
Oh, that's it.
Well, London is very, very international. So, yeah, a bit less than 3 minutes to go for Malaysia to finish in lab number 5. Our Malaysian team there. And before the dessert leaves the lab, we want to, of course, know more about the idea that they had, that the very young team here had. So let's take a look at their video.
That was a beautiful video from Team Malaysia. And so we're looking forward to seeing it. They still have a bit of time on the clock. They still have a minute to go. And what you're looking at the labs is there has been a few changes this year for how we're presenting at the World Pastry Cup. Not only are we doing the chocolate show, the show chocolat later, but also for the restaurant-style desserts. And you can also see that they've been busy this morning working on their chocolate showpieces. So for all of you that haven't tuned in previously, what you're going to see presented later on this afternoon is a beautiful buffet setup of chocolate showpieces and sugar showpieces, which is all part of the marking and the competition. But we start to see those pieces getting made throughout the morning, even though we start to focus on all of the tastings. And right now we're in the middle of the dessert tasting. Team Singapore still has about 30 seconds left on the clock before we see their restaurant-style dessert.
Yes, waiting for former champion of this Pastry World Cup 2019. Malaysia, do you remember? Thank you, Sharon. In box lab number 5, would you please welcome the restaurant dessert of Team Malaysia.
So for Team Malaysia, what we're looking at here for their restaurant-style dessert, the theme of it is floral. We saw a bit of the theme earlier in their frozen dessert as well. The name of it is Blossom. So this dessert is a celebration of fresh, bright flavors. They wanted to capture the essence of citrus in every bite, balancing the tanginess and a touch of sweetness. They were inspired by the fresh, zesty taste of citrus and wanted to create a dessert that was also light and refreshing. And we saw in their video previously that they had these beautiful pineapples. And so I don't know if you remember, we've been speaking about pineapples quite a bit this morning because we were like kick-started this morning at 8 a.m. when we saw that really beautiful blown sugar work from kitchen number 1. For the pineapples, and then so now Team Malaysia is also using pineapples. These are from the same region of the world where they have tropical seasons year-round and a lot of beautiful tropical fruit. What else is in the dish, Vincent?
A lot of souvenirs. I was going to tell you, do you remember 6 years ago, 2019, nobody was expecting Malaysia to be on the podium. And that's the last time that we had such a surprise to have this Team Malaysia winning the World Cup.
Exactly.
Remember?
And I just saw the winners over there. Let's see if we can steal them away in a moment to speak to them and see how they feel. So 2019, it's true, Malaysia took the podium. It was incredible and such a great feeling. And now a lot of the teams train together. And this is one of the important things about a world competition like this, that we really see the quality becoming better and better every year. And I think the other Vincent, not you, Vincent Bourdin, touched on it earlier this morning, that every year we see that it's changing and evolving. But I think it's because all of the people that have competed here previously also go on to teach they share this knowledge. Everything that we do is about standing on the shoulders of giants. And so sharing this knowledge, sharing your experience, for those of you that are in the audience, also if you want to write in, ask questions, we have so many experts that are here, and it's such a beautiful time to do it.
Thank you, Angela. Well, we wish good luck to Malaysia again with this citrus pain de chêne, black glutinous rice, poached pineapple, as you mentioned, citrus pineapple confit, pineapple compote, citrus pineapple sorbet, tuile mandarin gelée, opaline mango paper, and pandan paper.
Thanks so much, Vincent, for going through the recipe. We just saw it there on the screen. We have it here in the studio. So we still have the sauce missing, but nevertheless, Richard, looking at it, what can you tell us, also looking at the recipe?
Well, just looking at what we're missing is that we're missing the bubble on the top, and that's coming from one of those really cool bubble machines that infuses. So that would be giving like the wow effect to this plated dessert. So apart from that, am I allowed to take it and have a look?
Just go ahead, yes,
okay, well,
it's okay.
Because you can see here is that we've got lots of intricate layers. We've got a chocolate shell on the bottom there that's holding in. Can I see some pineapple? Is that what we're looking at, Stefan?
Yes,
that's right, yeah.
Yes, pineapple. And there's also mandarin gel.
But that's sitting on a chocolate disc, and then we're coming up from something else, aren't we?
And there's mango as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, and the sauce is coming.
Oh, the picture is so cute. It's petite.
So what is the sauce, though?
I think it's a, no, hold on, black glutinous rice.
Okay. Ah, and it's warm as well. So this is where the second texture is coming into play.
It's interesting how you can travel with not taking the airplane. You see, there's a lot of very interesting flavors.
Yeah.
Pandan, mango, the black glutinous rice.
This looks like a flower, doesn't it? And that almost looks like glass, but that'll be like an opaline.
Yeah.
Can you explain to us what an opaline is?
It's a very thin layer of sugar that's melted in the oven. It's very delicate. You really gotta be very careful when you work with it, because it will break very easily. And that's what's nice about this dessert is even the chocolate component is so thin.
Yes,
everything
I can
is
see that
very,
shell
very
there.
thin.
We can see that shell that's...
Yes.
And it's also melting with the warmness of the sauce too, which is nice.
So I feel like you need to dig in before anything of that melts, no? As long as the sauce is warm and you get the different temperatures.
I'm going to smash it now. I'm going to crack.
We want to see that.
Check your jacket. Check your jacket. Boom.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's almost a shame because it's so beautiful, right? Sometimes.
Yes. And it's no longer so elegant anymore.
I remember, Stefan, go ahead, eat, but yesterday you were mentioning that sometimes there are desserts that you almost don't want to break.
Yes, plus also remember, this team has worked like at least 1 year on this dessert. You know, it's a commitment when you compete for something like this. There are some chefs that, as a joke, they say to their wife, okay, I'll see you in 2 years. It's a very, very special event in your life, in your career. And it's, you work so hard and you think you have day and night, how can I improve? How can I tweak it? How can I make it easier so that we can get it done on time? And when you're done with the competition, you can get emotional. And the people that you work with, they are your friends for life.
So as we have 1 minute left before we launch the next video, tell us what's your take on tasting it now?
We've got quite a nice freshness. I've got some on my jacket, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to change. But we've got lots of freshness coming in from the pineapple, the citrus. We've also got some mandarin jelly in there too, which we can taste, which is nice. So, but I also like the texture of the opaline and the tuile. It's not excessively sweet either, so that's quite a nice, pleasant surprise.
In 20 seconds, Stefan?
How do you say éphémère in English? Éphémère?
Éphémère is like last minute or...
Yeah. It's, you see the desserts, there was so much work.
It's got a short shelf life.
It's gone. But there was so much structure to it and so much elegance. It's interesting.
And tack, it's away, it's gone. Thank you so much. So lab number 6, we got Singapore finishing up their restaurant dessert. And before it goes out, they have less than 2 minutes to go. We want to find out more about their ideas. So let's take a look at their video.
Singapore, a country with many facets, a global metropolis, a city in nature, a rich tapestry of cultures. The fusion between technology and nature makes Singapore truly unique. Singapore is constantly innovating, blending its traditional roots with contemporary technology, and its rich heritage is clearly visible in its architecture, monuments, and cultural heritage sites. Singaporean cuisine is a vibrant and diverse culinary tradition that reflects the multicultural heritage of the city-state. It is a unique blend of Malay, Chinese, Indian, Indonesian, and even Western influences, offering a wide range of flavors and ingredients. We love to use the ingredients like coconut and pandan in our cooking and desserts. The fragrance of the ingredients always bring back memories of childhood, evoking a sense of warmth and nostalgia. Thankfully, we have our local purveyors whom we trust to source these ingredients from neighboring countries.
Video, they're actually speaking a little bit about depending on some of the purveyors from neighboring countries, and actually they're here in the laboratory number 6 right next to one of their own neighboring countries as well, and so competing head to head and side by side and hand in hand is laboratory number 5 and number 6. And I was just also checking in when they get here, you know, that there's a pre-selection for the teams to come in. And so they made their way here through the Asian Pastry Cup. And the finale for the podium for the Asian Pastry Cup was Japan, Singapore, and Malaysia. So we're really looking forward to seeing these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have it from lab number 6. Team Singapore's restaurant desserts.
Ladies and gentlemen, pastry lab number 6. Will you welcome, please, the restaurant dessert of Team Singapore? Le restaurant dessert de l'équipe de Singapour qui va vous être décrit par Angela May as a Singapore citizen.
Actually, I'm not a Singapore citizen.
Can you describe us this wonderful dessert?
I could. So the theme for Singapore is Peranakan, and they have their name as a tropical oasis. So Peranakan theme dates back culturally to when the people started to migrate over to Singapore. So you're seeing that. You saw them have a bit of the Peranakan detailing on their frozen dessert, and now they're using it again here. So they're trying to reimagine the classic tart tartan. And so this dessert is using the tropical flavors, but then reimagining, so they have some warm elements and some cold elements, and they're trying to make a harmonious balance between the flavors, textures, and temperaments. And so this is a true fusion of warmth and freshness. And when you think historically about the Peranakan culture, it also is quite a fusion that can only be done, and that's the real fusion of people that have migrated to that part of the world and bringing that part of their culture with them.
Thanks so much, Angela, for giving us some background on Peranakan, what the meaning is there in Singapore. While we wait for the dessert to come into the studio, Richard, I know that you're also a pastry teacher. What is important to you when you educate your students? What is like your main message?
What I try and teach my students is, well, what I like about teaching is to explain people what to do, and I appreciate seeing the look on their faces when they've learned something new. And what I try and do is I try and teach in the way that I wish that I was taught, because the knowledge that I've accumulated over time, it's been a long struggle to accumulate all of that. So sometimes you could probably say that I explain too much, but
that's why you're here for.
Well, that's my job here too, but I like to do that. Is that for me, it's really important to understand what we're doing, the techniques, how to use the equipment properly, and how to use the ingredients, and to know what we're looking for.
Great. So now we're looking for the dessert by Singapore. We have it here in the studio. You may, camera eats first, of course.
Well,
it should be it's Instagrammable, right?
Yes, I know, but I've been a bit slow on my Instagram these last couple of days. It'll come after the show.
Lots of things going on. So feel free. You are allowed. You may take it.
Because we can see here is that this one here has been inspired by the tatin, which is normally with apples, but we're looking at more tropical flavors here, aren't we, Stefan?
Yes, we were just saying that it's very interesting because yesterday we saw a lot of desserts with pear and hazelnut, and today it's more tropical. Mango, pineapple, coconut, and I see that this dessert has Malibu. I love Malibu.
Say it again, Malibu?
Malibu, yes. Do you know the coconut rum?
Okay, of course, the brand. Yeah. It has it. Okay.
And
then, yeah?
I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
The trio is very light, and it's interesting because what we don't think about is the stress factor. There are chefs that are extremely talented, but they can't compete because they can't deal with the stress. I've seen chefs here with their hands shaking because all the judges are there, the cameras, teams are cheering, and they worked so much for this, and they have to multitask, and stress can take you down,
Yeah, I can imagine that. But nevertheless, I mean, when you're working in a restaurant and many clients are in there, I can imagine that that's very stressful as well. But this is, in that case, a different stress, right?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't concentrating. I was trying to... I was thinking more about the dessert than being stressed, because if it's not stressful, what are we doing?
You have the nice job. No, but Stefan, I mean, so how can you practice that? I mean, in all these competitions, to have this audience, probably you cannot, right?
No, you can. And it's like athletes too. You see, there's a lot of chefs that are coming in at least 2 weeks in advance to get used to the climate, get used to the food, and to stabilize their mind. And there's a lot of coaches that are saying, the last 2 weeks, don't think about how should I change this, should I do that. You should feel strong, you're ready, and you have to be almost like a tunnel vision. You are focused. When you see the athletes going for the Olympics, you see them, some of them listen to music, but they are not looking at you. They are thinking very deeply. And that's very important, the focus and the tunnel vision.
Can I add something there too, is that not just about the focus, it's also about the preparation. The more you are prepared, the least stressed you are, because I can talk about that from experiences, that I've done a competition where I wasn't prepared well, and I can tell you I was stressed because I wasn't focused on what I was doing. And the more you practice and the more you know what you need to do, the easier things become too, don't they?
Yes, and there's the teams that are the most prepared, what they do is they repeat this competition many times so that they know anything that can go wrong, but most importantly, they build muscle memory. So when they do the competition here, they have already, it's in them, they already know exactly what to do without really thinking about it.
Well, it should be.
Yes, if they are well prepared.
Exactly.
Very, very quickly, maybe in a minute, half a minute, a word on the Singaporean dessert that you just tasted.
I found that it was very caramelized. There's lots of caramel inside. That caramel was balancing out with things such as the pineapple. Then we had the puff pastry with the caramel sauce on the top. We had a coconut parfait, which was frozen on the edge there. So we obviously had the different textures. We had even 3 different types of textures. We had the cold, the frozen, and also the warm sauce. But what I could see is that whilst you were talking away, the thing is that it was melting because the sauce had been poured on the top, and I could see the ice cream slowly steeping off and melting.
Yes, I found that the desserts may have been a little bit liquid by the time I got to it.
That's why I was thinking the whole time you were talking, I'm like, hurry up, Stefan, because by the time you're finished, it's going to be melted.
So it's your fault. Okay, good. We hear the Argentinian fans going crazy. El equipo argentino is almost ready. And before it goes out, let's take a quick look at their video. Matthias Dragun seems to be pleased. They seem to be ready, even though they still got 40 seconds to go. Lucas Carballo there and Mariano Zichert. Over to you, Angela.
Yeah, look at this. Lab number 7 seems to have 30 seconds more left on the clock and enough time to encourage their fans in the audience to go ahead and give them a bit of noise and a bit of support. Fantastic. Let's see how they're going to go ahead and get these restaurant-style desserts over to the member of the jury at the right temperature as well. They still have 15 seconds left on the clock. We saw that beautiful video with their use of citrus fruit. And they seem to have brought some of that over with them to Lyon as well by using a freeze dryer, which also helps them to use all of the product in a sensible way.
Ladies and gentlemen, lab number 7. Please welcome the Frutas de la Pampa de Argentina. Wonderful Argentina dessert, Tucumán Citrus Delight with biscuit and crispy hazelnut breton sablé, lemon cream, yuzu and albedo lemon, lemon apple, lemon peel, crispy matcha tuile, hazelnut and lemon mousse, lemon and yuzu peel, juicy sorbet, creamy caramel and warm bergamot sauce. Los Citrus de la Pampa.
Y aquí está el postre argentino Tucumán Citrus Delight. Muy bien. We have it here in the studio. We already took some pictures. So what's your first visual impression, Richard?
It's a very wavy plate and very shiny. It's quite interesting, this one. But what we can see here is that we've got a mixture between hazelnut, citrus fruit. We're using local lemons from Argentina, yuzu, lemon, apple, bit of a crispy matcha tuile, lemon and yuzu peel and juice sorbet. We've got a little bit of bergamot sauce. So we're working with the citrus fruits here. So we're hoping for nice freshness here.
So it sounds like there are quite a few flavors. And what you said before, you want less flavors. Does that now make you suspicious?
No, because when you're mixing with citrus, it's all sort of coming from the same family, shall we say. We can add lots of different citrus, and that's still okay. Whereas if I'm going to add tea, if I'm going to add chocolate, I'm going to, I don't know, if I had 5 flavors that are coming from completely different origins, that's not going to work. But I'm guessing that this is going to be quite nice and fresh. So what do you think?
Yes, nice and fresh. It's very beautiful colors. I like the different layers. I like the effect on the white part here. And the twirls are so cool. They are so thin. And the 2 different colors,
too,
it's super elegant and it's really nice. You really want to try it.
You really want it? You can.
I've just dug my fork into that. And that's cut quite nicely. So we're working well nicely here with the textures, but I could hear the crunch as well.
Yes, it's perfect texture actually, because it's not too soft and it's not too firm, and you can go through all the different layers very easily. And it looks very creamy too.
It is, because we've got also, what is this white one here? Lemon, yuzu peel, juice sorbet. So that one thing is white, but I don't know, I'd have to have a look at the recipe to see what's coming in through there. It's probably an ice cream base. Don't know.
You mean at the very top, bottom? Alberto, lemon cream. Well, I don't know.
No, I was talking about what's on the top there.
It's a sorbet.
It's a sorbet, okay.
Yeah.
But it must have a little bit of milk powder.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, it looks juice, okay. We've also got a bit of Granny Smith apple in there too, which is giving us, Granny Smith apple works really well with citrus because it's quite acidic for a tarty sort of an apple. So they complement the flavors, shall we say?
It is very tart dessert, but not too tart where you make a Grinch.
No, that's true. We're not screwing up our faces because it's so acidic on our tongues. I think we've got a nice flavor balance here and a nice textural balance too.
Yeah, I think it's going to be easier on the judges because they already tried quite a few desserts, and this one is so acidic that it's going to help them focus on the flavors without feeling full.
Do we have two textures, two temperatures here?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay, yes, because we've got ice cream and then we've got some colder flavors, frozen and cold flavors.
Yes, and I was worried about all the different components, but actually it works.
There's so much elegance with that tuile. It's so thin that it breaks instantly, but it stays crunchy in your mouth too, doesn't it?
It must be so challenging to try to peel off the tuile from the silpat and put it on the top of that.
And to make 15 of them?
And at the last minute too.
Yes, that's going to be a big challenge.
And on the top of the ice cream, you got to make sure the ice cream doesn't melt, and you can see the ice cream has the perfect temperature.
And you can see that even still now, the tuile hasn't broken at all, has it? It's just been from our knife.
Yeah, it's a very good recipe. It didn't get soft.
Beautiful.
So it's interesting to hear, Stefan, you were a bit suspicious about the many flavors, whereas Richard was like, they're all citrus fruits, so that's fine. So you don't agree on that one?
That's how you can tell a very talented chef when they can change your mind.
And you did. And you did. Great. Well, thank you very much. That's the Argentinian postre here. The fans going crazy as soon as we say Argentina, of course. As I mentioned before, our two commentators here in the studio are commenting, but of course their comments don't go into the marking. They're just giving you a taste of what the judges are tasting. Up next, we have Mexico in lab number 8. México es el próximo país with a bit more than 3 minutes left to go.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So what you're looking at on the screens there is lab number 8 for Team Mexico. And so previously when we saw their frozen dessert come out, it was really the only frozen dessert today that had such a different kind of shape. And so I was just speaking to the president of the jury earlier, speaking about Dia de Muerto. And is it supposed to be a scary thing? Is it supposed to be a celebration? You know, the skulls can be a little bit scary for some people. And he's saying, no, definitely not. It is definitely a celebration to think about the people that have been with them in the past and to celebrate their lives and have another reason to party. From what I understand from Mexico, you don't need so much reason to party. Every day can be a party.
Yeah. Exactly. And before we actually watch the dessert going out, we want to find out more about the idea behind. So let's take a look at Mexico's video presentation.
As you saw on the video, Angela, this little bee, the melipona, is the bee that fertilizes the vanilla beans, the vanilla orchid. It's a bee that lives in Mexico, and that's why elsewhere in the world they cannot do it with a bee. They use their hand. It's made by hand. Everybody elsewhere.
It
everybody
pollinates, everybody pollinates
elsewhere.
by hand.
Yeah,
so it needs to be
melipone
manipulated.
is a bee that fertilizes, but it's only in Mexico.
And I love this, and I love the fact that they brought this very special honey with them here. So I think the judges are going to be in for a treat. There's quite a few components on their dish that we don't get anywhere else in the world. So it's really beautiful to have these small little touches that can wow somebody and really bring some of that cultural heritage to a plate.
Voilà, je rappelle, si vous êtes français, vous êtes dans le public, que la mélipone, c'est l'abeille, la petite abeille qui fertilise, qui va féconder l'orchidée vanille, pays originaire, le Mexique, spécialité le Mexique, et c'est du miel de mélipone qu'on a aujourd'hui dans le dessert mexicain. Ladies and gentlemen, Kitchen Lab number 8, please put your hands together for Mexico!
Y aquí está el postre del México que se llama Mictlan. Mictlan, that's the name of the Mexican dessert. It's actually the name of the Mexican underworld. It's a place where the eternal rest, so where the ones that gone are there. Of course, celebrating Dia del Muertos, so the Day of the Death. It continues to be a topic here in this Mexican dessert.
Yeah, indeed. I was just reading on some of their recipe files, very interestingly, as you're speaking about the eternal rest and the underworld, that is part of the explanation of their dish. They're speaking, oh, wait, hold on one second. The candidate from Mexico is trying to get my attention. He would like to say a few words. Yes.
Okay, now let me explain the dessert. The dessert have a melipona financier, have a peach roasted with financier, have everybody have financier, no everyone. No, the hell, the ice cream. The ice cream is made with special corn from Mexico. You oven in the land with stones and camel. It's traditional. Yes, it's a traditional in the Day of the Dead. In this area for Yucatan, make that type of corn, roasted that corn, no, for have a smoke flavor.
Thank you so much for explaining. So in case you couldn't hear it very well, what it is there is a special kind of oven that is buried underground, and this is where they roast this kind of corn. And when they roast this kind of corn, it gives a very special smoky aromatics to it as well.
Fans going crazy while my two co-commentators, Richard Hawk and Stefan Cherami, are tasting here in the studio. I think we still have some. Is the sauce is here? Did the sauce?
Oh, it was too late. We've dug in already.
Okay, the sauce is still coming, but you already had a taste.
What's really strange is that sorbet is kind of smoky, isn't it?
Yes, which is an interesting technique. Yeah, there's a smoke flavor. And then this dessert is very different from every other one that we saw. Every other one had like some sort of like a shell. Everything was like inside the container.
Yes,
where
totally.
this one is completely decomposed, right?
Destructured.
Destructured. A lot of movement, a lot of components everywhere on the plate. A very cool design.
I love the Mexican art like they have with the skulls and
yeah, and
it
it's
looks really cool.
It's a beautiful green and there's a little bit of sparkle. It's really nice.
You really get that Dia de Muertos feeling here, inspiration.
Yes,
Very
totally. And what we can see is that we've got the two textures. We've got at least two textures. We've got more than two textures. Have we got two temperatures?
Yes, we did. And then, you know, the corn. So corn is a very big deal in Mexico. But like to be able to...
We have the sauce coming.
Oh, lovely. Oh, it's a very nice picture that is reminiscent of the corn.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's very difficult to make sure the ice cream goes in all the little... how do you say this? Little
The kernels.
Thank you. And not having any bubbles.
Very nice. And you said there are two temperatures, so where can you feel it?
We've got three temperatures, because what we just got served was warm.
Yeah.
We've got the smoked corn ice cream, which is it's a bit of an unconventional thing that we're tasting. I quite like it, in fact. Do you like that?
Yes, and that's something that some pastry chefs like to do, is to be able to use almost like a savory, like...
the smoky...
But you know, it's corn. It's almost like barbecue, right? Like
True.
when you barbecue the corn, and so it's an hybrid between a savory chef and pastry chef. And that's interesting. There's a lot of people that are going that direction these days.
Some people like to smoke chocolate as well. You put the ingredients into the smoker, and it comes out and it tastes like a barbecue.
I love smoked chocolate.
That's nice, yeah.
But you cannot use. You really have to pick the right wood, right?
Oh, totally. It's just, you've got to be careful with that, is that if it's too overpowering, you're not going to have a nice flavor balance, and the profile, it's just going to take over everything, and it's going to just punch you in the face with the barbecue. But right here, it's quite nice, is that we've got also the poached apricots, or the roasted apricots. We've got a little bit of financier sponge here. Financier sponge is an almond sponge made with egg whites. And we've also got, the sauce here has some lemongrass inside too, which is interesting. Bit of freshness.
And there's a little bit of gel as well. They
Yes.
really try to have all the different textures.
Yes.
When I look at it, it looks like heavier to me compared to other desserts. Is it also heavy when you taste it?
No, I don't know. We don't feel like we want to eat a lot of it, because obviously we're going to get an overdose of sugar from all these desserts we're eating. But for me, I quite like what I've got here in front of me. For me, I'm focusing on the ice cream here. That's my go-to.
Yes, and there's a lot of ice cream. It's very cold, so it's helping. And then there's the apricot is also very light and fresh. And the chocolate mousse is very intense.
Yeah. Okay, good. But you have different textures there. The thing is, from me, the ice cream looks like a piece of corn. That's why
Sometimes it's sort of, it messes
it's a
with your
visual
brain.
thing, yeah.
Perception.
So that's surprising.
It is, because not talking about this plate of dessert, but just in general is that colour plays tricks on your brain. I remember a couple of years ago, I tasted a sponge that was bright green, and I thought to myself, that's pistachio. And do you know what it was?
No.
It was a lime sponge, and my brain was just a little bit confused, because I was expecting pistachio, and I didn't get the pistachio, and I didn't know what it was.
Yeah. That's very interesting. Yeah.
And I like the fact that they wanted to use the honey, because bees are very important in Mexico. And then bees are a symbol of sustainability, because a lot of bees are disappearing. And it's really nice that they are trying to protect the bees and do the right thing and promote their culture.
And if we don't have any bees anymore, no humans is what they say. Thank you very much. And now we go over to Paraguay, the last country to present their restaurant-style desserts. And before we look at it a bit closer, we get a glimpse in their video.
La flor de Mburucuyá, tesoro de la cultura guaraní, une el cielo y la tierra en su delicada belleza. Simboliza la vida, la fertilidad y la resistencia. floreciendo con fuerza incluso en la adversidad. En las misiones jesuíticas fue un emblema de esperanza y legado, entrelazando la espiritualidad con el arte. Para las residentas, guardianas de tradiciones, el burukuyá era el reflejo de su fortaleza y conexión con la tierra. Hoy, esta flor sigue siendo un poema vivo, testigo de un pueblo que encuentra en la naturaleza su historia, su espíritu y su identidad.
What a beautiful video, Team Paraguay. You've got 10 more seconds on the clock. Audience, it's now your time to cheer for your team. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have it from laboratory number 11 from Paraguay, the restaurant dessert of the day. And what you see here on those screens is that beautiful artisan work. They were speaking about it briefly in that video that they shot to show all of you a little bit of the inspiration behind the dish when they were talking about las residentas. And so what this is very traditional type of handicraft and tableware that was handicrafted by the Paraguayan artisans. This design features oh, you can pronounce this for me. How do you say this flower?
The design of the plate and replica of the typical Paraguayan fabric called ñanduti that represent the burukuyá. For you, passion fruit.
Thank you. So it's the passion fruit flower. And you can see this. This is the beautiful artisan work. It's like a twill that we would see in a dessert, but made from this fabric, and this is all handcrafted.
It's an apron? How do you call that? What's the use? Just put it on the table? C'est beau, hein? C'est très très beau, un petit set de table, le table set. Sorry?
Tissu ñanduti. Tissu, c'est les femmes qui brodent ça, ça s'appelle ñanduti.
Ñanduki.
Ñanduki, ñanduki. And you put it on the table?
Okay.
No, normally. Normally, so this goes on the table
There's
normally.
A table set.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's beautiful. Look
But
at all
it's
of those
handmade
colors.
and it's beautiful.
Look at that.
Avec du fil fait entièrement à la main, c'est très très joli ça.
Yes, and they've done it on the table for the restaurant dessert as well. This is so gorgeous. It's so intricate. I can't imagine how many hours it takes to make this.
Put your hand on it, on the picture. Oh, your nails are so beautiful. Nicely made. Thank you. Yandubi.
So I'm just getting a little bit of insight. It's like the idea of spider web, and it takes many, many hours. You said just many, many hours in order to make one of these. Thank you.
So we also got the dessert El Postre Paraguay aquí en el studio, and we already heard the name, but it's buruyukuya, and it's actually the origin of maracuja, so passion fruit, the Guarani word for maracuja, passion fruit. So
can I say something? Is that when I just took that plate off the presentation turntable here, is that it's hot.
Is it?
And what I was thinking is that I thought that was the actual dessert, but the thing is that I can see an opaline, which is the cooked sugar that's been sort of slightly melted in the oven, and it looks like a little bit of a window of glass that we're going to smash. You know, that's what I like to do.
Smash
I
it.
should have bring a second jacket. No, I know.
I'm
next time
wearing
I
my
work
second
next to
jacket.
you,
If I do this one now, I'm
or
gone.
maybe
I'm
I
finished.
get like the plastic
Apron.
but it's kind of mesmerizing, isn't it? Like you're like, huh? You get closer, you're wondering what's underneath.
Well, but the thing is that
Can you
don't.
maybe show it to the camera because we don't see it?
It's difficult to see though. Is that I don't know? Like, can this?
No, this is the camera.
No. It needs to come down from the top. Can we go here? Can this camera come down?
Yes, I think no.
We're at the limit.
Actually, it's this camera.
Oh.
No, yeah. Go ahead. We see it there.
Can you see that?
It there. Yeah.
Look right here.
Yeah.
That's the oparin, and just be careful because it might tip off.
It's yeah.
And what it is that there is more to this dessert than what first meets the eye. Is that we've got like an under dessert.
So you just tested the structure of the dessert. It holds. Thank you.
Well, I think we've got two textures because it's warm. So let's see what's coming down the bottom. It's like
it's a soufflé.
It's chocolate soufflé. Okay.
Yes.
It's very intense in chocolate, yeah. It's not so sweet at all. It's very chocolatey. And look, it's steaming.
Richard, you can take your chair.
Sorry.
So we see you in the camera.
I like to move around a little bit from time to time. I get a bit
We're
edgy.
almost done.
No, but you can see that being a pastry chef, it's about passion, right? It gets so passionate.
Yeah.
Because if you can see here is that we've got, on the top, we've got chocolate and vanilla cream. And then down the bottom, you've got that warmth. There's something else down there too, isn't there?
There's a petazeta. You know, the popping...
The pop rocks, the
pop
sugar
rocks.
that pops in your mouth.
Yes, so it's nice for the texture.
But hang on, I didn't get that. Where is that? Is that in the nougat tin here?
It's inside the warm sugar cake. And it's interesting, they mix the passion fruit with orange. It's probably because passion fruit can get pretty intense.
True.
But usually chefs would use apricot. But they use orange, and it's a good idea.
Because of apricot also gives a beautiful color too, doesn't it? But
Yes.
Orange will do something similar too, I suppose.
Yes.
And once again, we've got a very, very thin tuile, which would be, once again, very quite technical to unmold. But normally with something like that, I'm guessing what most teams would do is they'd probably underbake it, remove it from the mold, and then finish the baking in the oven. Is that what you do sometimes when it's a bit delicate?
No, actually, when it comes out of the oven, it's still soft.
Yes, but
So
what I
you
mean...
have to be very fast when you mold it before it gets cold. Because when it gets cold, that's when it gets hard.
But what I was saying though is that rather than having it completely golden like that straight away out of the mold, what you can also do is underbake it, remove it from the mold, finish baking, then you can shape it and work with it a bit. That's another technique.
That's brilliant. And that's why you need to practice for a year, because you have this idea, this plan, but you need to practice until you find the perfect technique.
Because if you find the right technique, you're going to save yourself some time too, aren't you?
Yes, and then when you look at the booth, everything is like super organized, you know, so that you can reach without moving too many drawers or too many sheet pans. Everything has a spot and everything is organized so you can operate very fast.
So, Stefan and Richard, we're actually already at the end of the tasting. Very shortly, in one sentence, overall impression of the restaurant-style dessert to finish it up.
You go or me?
Please go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Like, I think that we've been quite surprised in a nice way when it comes to these sort of creations, with the techniques of all of the chefs and the time and effort they've put into to making these creations.
That's funny you say that, because I was just thinking this. These chefs are so generous. They gave us so much. Like, you can tell they wanted to take care of us, and it's really enjoyable.
That's so nice. Thank you very much. And also, you've been generous with your time here in the studio. Merci beaucoup. Stéphane, cher ami, we'll see each other later on, maybe on the floor. And Richard, you'll be back for the show au chocolat here in the studio in about an hour. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we go over to Angela, who is on the floor, I think with the judges, right, Angela?
Yes, Tanya, I'm still here on the floor. Stefan, that was really, really beautiful what you said, that these chefs, these teams have really given you so much. We always feel that here, that everybody puts their heart and soul and they're willing to share it with so many people. And I think that's so important for us in the industry. And with that, I want to thank all of our amazing jurors of the restaurant dessert tasting as well. Thank you so much, jury, for all of the hard work that you put in over the past 2 days. Our restaurant jurors have been released. You may get up now at this point of time, and we'd like to invite all of our restaurant jurors over to the right side of the stage near where the exits are to go ahead and go to the Lavazza area and have a nice coffee, a little pick-me-up for a while, and then I think Vincent's over on that side and he's going to take it away from us over there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been moving out of this scene because it's time for coffee. It's always time for coffee because we need a little energy. So we have the great honor and the chance to have one of our great sponsors here, represented by Robin Richard, which is with me, working as a head of the formation center, of the training center for Lavazza, which is one of our sponsors. Bonjour Robin.
Bonjour Vincent.
Ah, mais il a un micro, ah, bah, très bien. Alors,
ben oui,
il a été doté.
chacun le sien.
Et votre camarade qui est là, c'est comment son prénom?
Audouard.
Voilà, Audouard. Alors, aujourd'hui, today, we have a special Lavazza experience taking place. You have a few words to tell us in English first?
Yes, with pleasure. First of all, thank you for giving us the floor to take this opportunity to congratulate competitor for their awesome performance during this stage. We are going to serve the cold brew coffee to the members of the World Pâtisserie jury. And this coffee is a specialty coffee. It takes part of our new range of exceptional products.
Where does it come from?
It comes from Panama.
Ah, good.
Yeah. The finca is very famous. It's called Finca Hartmann. The Hartmann family is considered one of the pioneers in specialty coffee production. The finca was born in 1840, so that they have a huge experience in cultivating coffee.
But your English is perfect, Robin. What did you tell me? You're not very comfortable in English.
Thank you.
Your English is perfect. So we have here a coffee experience. You're the head of training for coffee baristas. I mean, the people at the end of the chain using the coffee, the last link between coffee makers and the audience and the people, the consumers.
Yes, it's very important for us to share a slice of our expertise with our customers, because it's not so simple to prepare coffee at espresso, for example. So we have to give us some, the recipe of the espresso.
Alors, c'est vrai qu'à l'origine, il y avait le café à la maison. First, there was coffee at home, a homemade coffee. Then it moved to café bar, les cafés, les restaurants, la restauration. Et les baristas, on va dire ce monde du cocktail et plutôt du soir, ont apporté un nouveau visage au coffee. Hein. Coffee baristas is a new face for the world of coffee.
Yes, it's. I think there is a new way to consume coffee in that premium place, like 5-star hostel, gastronomic restaurants. So we want to elevate the level of the coffee by share some experience like this one. So the cold brew coffee is prepared at the damjan and served.
Damjan is a real nice big bottle. What's the difference with a small bottle?
There is no difference. It's not that huge.
Non, mais est-ce que d'une certaine manière, ça l'arrondit, ça va le transformer, le fait d'être dans une damjan?
Yes, yes. I think it elevates the bouquet aromatic.
Voilà, comme dans un verre de vin qui est formé pour avoir tout cet arôme. Like in a
Absolutely.
glass of wine, it changes the aroma of the coffee.
I completely agree, Vincent.
Alors, il y a Audouin qui a été cherché à la pipette, hein, et qui verse ce café. Alors, c'est un café à froid. It's a cold brew, which is a new form of consuming coffee too.
In real, it's an old method of preparation, but honestly, I think it's the easiest way to prepare coffee among all the coffee preparation
Yes.
methods. You only have to steep coarse ground coffee with cold water for a few hours, then filter to get your drink ready to consume. So it's really easy.
Okay, now we are going to discuss. On va discuter ensemble, Romain. Moi, je suis un buveur d'espresso, serré. C'est exactement l'opposé. Hein? I'm an espresso drinker. I like ristrettos. I like very small water. This is exactly the contrary.
Absolutely.
This is flowery. This is head notes and nothing to see with an espresso.
Yes, yes, you are right, Vincent. It's the opposite of the espresso. The espresso is rich. You are a full body with some bitterness. And the cold brew is specific because you have neither too acidic, nor too bitter, and very aromatic with a light body. So it's a real pleasure to drink this kind of preparation.
Thank you very much, Robin. Thank you to Lavazza to bring us coffee. It's happening here on the side of the scene. If you want a little coffee, a cold brew coffee, come and see Robin.
Thank you.
Have a nice
Thank
day.
you,
Have a nice
Vincent.
coffee.
Have a great day.
l'envie du vrai. Chez Elevir, en Normandie, nous partageons avec les chefs en quête d'excellence la même envie du vrai. Partir du plus simple et le sublimer pour faire naître de vraies émotions. Chez Elevir, c'est cette envie qui nous anime, pour vous offrir des crèmes et des beurres au goût exceptionnel.
C'est bon, Thierry, on y va.
Elevir, au cœur de l'excellence, l'envie du vrai.
Together for almost a century, together with cocoa producers, artisans, and all chocolate lovers, we have been moving the needle for a fair and sustainable industry and for creative and responsible gastronomy. Beyond words, we believe in actions. 100% of Valrona's cocoa can be traced back to the producers. As a certified B Corp, we are committed to improving every day. We accompany artisans of good taste in creating works of art with the most beautiful material and to be actors in the sustainable and committed gastronomy of tomorrow. Together, good becomes better.
Someday I'm gonna be with you.
perfect presentations every time has been our main goal for 40 years. We work for impeccable dining and drinking experiences. We offer premium and highly functional products. We design the vision of the future. We crown our original collections with numerous awards. With energy efficiency, we accomplish circular production. Bonna makes the finest presentations possible, each and every time. Bonna, passionately dedicated.
I've been there too a few times. 'Cause you got that James Dean daydream look in your eye, and I got that red lip classic thing that
Gentlemen, this is the moment, voici le moment where you are going to experiment something insane, something new. When I say insane, as a matter of fact, it's insane. But the new face of pastry, according to the street food culture, now the street pastry culture. Please welcome, veuillez accueillir le chaud chocolat, the chocolat. New trucks in new streets. This is the new face of pastry, and it will be the third run of World Pastry Cup today, with all the pastry chefs bringing these food trucks on scene, and the teams will do the show in a minute. All these chocolate desserts will be held to you by the different teams present here today. Voilà, dans une minute, on va démarrer le chaud chocolat. In 20 minutes, you'll be experimenting new things here. Pierre Hermé, venez là, Pierre, viens là. C'est incroyable ce qui se passe là. C'est vraiment un nouveau visage de la pâtisserie, hein, ce chaud chocolat.
Bah, en fait, la pâtisserie, il y a un certain nombre de produits qui se mangent en marchant dans la rue. Donc, les macarons, par exemple, un bonbon au chocolat. Et puis là, les concours vont nous faire la démonstration qu'on peut manger d'autres choses tout en marchant ou dans la rue.
On peut dire que c'est un peu les pâtissiers qui ont inventé la finger food. Hein, c'est chose qu'on peut tenir d'une main et qu'on mange dans la rue.
En tout cas, l'exercice est intéressant parce que ça oblige les équipes à réfléchir, à se remettre en question et pas faire juste un entremets au chocolat. Ça les oblige à travailler à la fois sur le produit et travailler à la fois sur la mise en scène de ce produit qui est quelque part aussi notre métier.
Et pour les jeunes générations qui tiennent le portable d'une main et qui mangent le gâteau de l'autre, c'est gagné.
Voilà, bravo.
Merci Pierre. Voilà le chaud chocolat starting in about 20 minutes with the street pastry, the new concept, the new image and the new face of pastry in the streets. Starting in 20 minutes.